Wu of 0080, Eagle Killer Whale, president of Camp 1, Sitka, Alaska. And I just want to make it known that when you use your tribal ID to travel, the government cannot track you. And so your picture isn't taken or anything. So if you use a real ID, it's just another way for the government to track us, and they can actually stop your ticket. But when you use your tribal ID, your picture's not taken, and you just are free to travel. So we're gonna change. So yeah, I have to try to use but yeah, they look at it, they just like real life here. And I don't.
Like they're doing business. Okay. And I got, well, I actually got part of that, but I decided I should give. I know. Okay.
I was in radio for 2 years and they always said repetition was most important. So, Michael, could you give us another voting update?
Absolutely, we're up to 35 now.
35.
Oh, 7 1. Oh, okay. Good morning. Also, we wanted to make an announcement that for this year's convention, we are hosting a traditional foods dinner right here at the Nolan Center. The dinner is going to be at 6 p.m. today. It's a fundraiser. All of the funds will go towards Grand Camp. The dinner will be $20 a plate, $10 for seniors, $10 for children. Also, there's a dance group and they have a $30 dance group suggested donation. The Rainbow dance groups are going to be coming and they'll perform for you. So we wanted to let you know, just to keep that on your calendars for today, that that'll be at 6 p.m. right here in the Nolan Center. I've never heard of it. Wow, is that for so.
Just let folks know we're gonna start getting ready here soon. We're above the magic number. Got 35 so far. Doesn't hurt to get that number a little bit higher. So for anyone that hasn't signed in to vote before about it, you really want to make sure you can vote. So thank you.
Quick update, we are at 37 now.
Yeah, 37. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you.
Right now, my work all of our marketing. There's something, but
A quick reminder from ACP as well. We're wanting everyone logged in online to use their display name as their first and last name. So we do notice one user that is identified as Samsung SM. If that person could possibly reach out to us or change their name to their first and last name, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Well, we don't feel like we're being recognized. It's a space. Yeah, and then, yeah. I like your shirt. Thank you. I just wanted to
You're better there. No, I just follow up. Yeah, thanks.
All right, this is one last reminder. You guys have been doing great. ACP saying we're at 37. We could always go up. Again, yesterday we were at 45. So if people need help, we're willing to help them get signed in. You can vote. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there. Say.
And then once again, just from ACP here, the support information is on the screen, and for those online, it's also in the chat. So please don't hesitate to reach out.
I guess I'm not sure.
Start competition.
That is the agenda.
That's the next is he should not persist. They also tell me tough. Well, yeah, where is the bank?
I'm pretty sure it's sad, so.
They're all down, I don't like that, so I'm just saying. If you know. Thank you.
Red. You know that salt?
Good morning. Good morning. Brother Eric. Good morning. We're always listening and welcoming. I'm glad your voice is going to be here, Brother Eric. When I saw him walk through the door, I immediately thought, let's see now, I know this guy. I think he said, you have had a very fine evening and a good breakfast. Those of you who are in the Nolan Center and those of you who are online, would exchange for making the time in your personal life, your personal family to attend this 113th ANB ANS Grand Camp Convention. You can see by the attendance of those of your folk that we have sufficient number of a choir. Was that correct, Joe? Please. Would you like to? Yes. Kevin Allen, Camp 7.
Virginia Albert, Camp Number 1, Executive, Second Vice.
As for the quorum call, I would please ask Michael from ACP to provide us the results of the quorum vote on ACP voting.
Okay, so as of right now, we're at 40 folks who have cast a ballot. I'll just need a minute or two to audit the results to determine the breakdown between ANB and ANS. So just bear with me for a moment.
Very good. Now, I was thinking back to when we were first doing online voting, the login took a long time. So this is very good this morning. Yes, great start. And so Michael will give us the breakdown of what that is between ANB, ANS, and then we can get going. I don't need to be behind here, but at least I'm here with you for today. So thank you. Is there help? All right. Do we got that breakdown, Michael?
Not yet. I need to download it and do a little bit of sorting. So just give me a couple moments and I'll be right back with you.
Tell a joke. There was one really bad Juno one that I remember. You want to know why the Treadwell Mine Bar was so bad? They only served minors. Don't make me start doing jokes. Anyone else got a joke? Oh, do we have microphones?
A couple were getting on, or not a couple, anyhow, they were getting on the ferry and here in Southeast, and there was a man and a woman, but they were not married. They really didn't know each other, and they needed to share a stateroom. So they were both playing it, and the man said, okay, since we're married, how about you share the same bed? And being the strong, thick woman she is, she said, how about you shut up and go to bed?
John. Michael, help us out here. How are we on the vote?
Okay, so it looks like 23 from the ANS side and 17 from the ANB side.
All right. We have 23 from ANS, and you said that was 17 for ANB, Michael?
Correct, yes.
All right. Mr. President, there is a quorum.
Mr. Chiefs, thank you very much, Kevin, and those on the version, yes, all ayes.
Mr. Chair, ANS Grand Treasurer Elias Chase, I put forth the motion that we accept the credentials report as reported.
There's a motion on the floor to accept the credential report as recorded. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman,
There's a second from Executive Carter State. Any discussion?
Question?
Question's been called for on the motion to accept the credential report. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. The quorum. We have a quorum present as declared by and presented by the Credentials Committee. I would like to call forth at this time the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grant President, who will share with us the orders of the day, particularly beginning at this point until lunchtime. So if the Honorable Grant President could be escorted here. Sergeant Arms, please escort the Grant President.
Oh, good morning.
Morning.
I'd like to open this meeting with prayer, so we could all rise, and I'll have Cecilia Cavalier start the day. Thank you. Let's pray. Father God, we praise you and worship you and glorify you this day. We thank you so much that you love us first, and we love you back. Thank you for watching out over all of us and our families wherever they may be, and all brothers and sisters. Lord, we just ask right now that you would be present here in this room with us. Help us to make good choices and decisions. Give us clarity of thought and speech. Help us to be a blessing to our people as you bless us. Thank you for that. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you for the opening prayer. As a report from the Credentials Committee, I hereby declare that today's session be called to order. And we would like to have our Alaska Native Sisterhood Grant President share with us the orders for the day.
Okay, so we have the agenda, few changes. We will, yesterday I deferred the budget introduction. And I'm not sure if the ANB has their financial report ready, but ANS is standing by. We have ours ready. And under Grand President reports, we will kick off the local camp reports. And we have Spruce Root ANB ANS workshop part 2. And we will have, when the children get here, if we're, you know, how ANSI 3 and 4-year-olds can be, if we could stop whatever it is we're doing and let them do their performance so they can go back to school, that would be great. They're walking down from the school in the rain, so. We also will be putting a blanket out for them to, you know, to collect money, so get your dollars ready. And I have a challenge. I'm putting $160 on a blanket, so if anybody would like to meet it, that would be awesome. So, any other changes? Okay. So we will start out with, is the Brotherhood ready for us to introduce the budget?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for an amendment that when we, after our precious littles depart and we have local camp reports, before we move on to any kind of nominations, I would like to hear the Grand President's reports, if that's, please, and thank you.
Yes, I had said that the Grand President's reports will open up all the local camp.
Madam President, I said that, and I do apologize for not hearing that, please forgive me.
I'll talk louder. Thank you. Is the Brotherhood ready to introduce the budget?
Doctor.
It's
Good morning, Paula Adriano, ANS Executive, Madam Chair. As a friendly reminder, yesterday, our executive committee member, Herco, had asked that we have the Southeast Leaders Roundtable added to the agenda. And also from yesterday's agenda was the AFM, the Rural Cap, and the search report. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
We did not get a search report. But I will add Southeast Leadership Conference. Roundtable, that's right. And also we do have World Cup here. Thank you. Any further changes? Going once, twice? Okay, thank you. We're going to start out with our spruce root workshop then. And that's Valerie Massey. She was scheduled for 8:10, but here we are. Good morning, everyone. Finding my notes.
And I will definitely pause for our Head Start guests once they get here. Very excited for that. All right. Hello. If you remember yesterday, my name is Val Massey. I'm a community planner for Spruce Root. Oh, right here. Oh. I'm Val Massey. Lade Pete, Yuhatuasa. I'm also the ANS Camp 1 Vice President. And I'm very honored to be here today for part 2 of our workshop, our guided discussion about some of the more complex and nuanced obstacles facing ANB and ANS, and so that we can find the opportunities that can carry both these important organizations forward through future generations. So my first question this morning is, after our discussions yesterday, did anyone have something that came up for them overnight? Something, maybe a thought that came to them, or an idea that was new, or an old idea that resurfaced? And if you do, please raise your hand and we'll bring the microphone to you. Oh, thank you.
Candace Nelson, Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Secretary, Camp 49 ANB Brotherhood President. I am sharing firsthand experience. First, there are 5 generations serving right now. 4 generations serving right now from my family and extended family. That is Sister Elias Chase and Brother Ginger McCormick. My grandchildren are 5th generation. My granddaughter was nominated as a youth representative and has been to Grand Camp. She is a precious little girl. And her first big losses in her life were her Uncle Frank and Rosa Albee. When I talked to her about coming here, I don't know if you all remember her voice or her video, where she said, "I don't like all the fighting." When we had to flip to a hybrid, she came to Anchorage with me. Correct? That was a hybrid in Anchorage 20. All right. She came with me. You all saw her work that were present. She's a precious little girl. But she cried because she had never heard so much fighting that day. When I asked her, "Babe, you want to come with Nana to Wrangell?" First she cried because she realized Uncle Frank and Rosa would not be there. But then she said, "No, Nana, I don't want to hear all the fighting. I don't want to go." Think of our precious people, our young ladies, our young sisters who are here that are being mentored by our ANS and ANB Grand Sergeants. I ask everyone, including myself today, please watch our words. You want our future, then we need to make it wantable for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anything else? I see another hand up here in the front. Oh, there's multiple.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Paula Mariano, ANS Executive, and thank you for the speaker's previous words through the chair. Madam Chair, you asked if there was anything that came to us last night. There was something that did, and hearing the majority of people speak, the theme was once again about our youth and having present. And I thought, what if we were to have a Grand Camp under 40 training academy? Ooh. So that was an idea. Thank you.
Geez, I saw another hand.
Thank you, Rachel Marino, Camp 4 Sitka parliamentarian. We brought 2 youth from Sitka ANS Camp 4, but I would like to see in the future that all ANB and ANS camps be required to bring at least 1 youth from each camp, from each community, so that we really put our motions where our mouth is. We really bring this forward and make it happen instead of just talking about it year after year. These issues come up a lot,
And I would love to see us really follow through. Thank you.
See one hand in the back and we'll have time for, oh, we have lots of hands.
So, I'm Alicia's ANS Grand Treasurer. I think the one thing too is, I know I kind of proposed this yesterday in the group discussion, but I know for myself, I am, over the last 4 years, if I'm being honest, and being fully transparent as an officer, I was contemplating over the last 4 years as an officer. And I had an epiphany and realized that out of all of our officers and executives over the years, that I have been consistently the youngest officer or executive serving. I first became an officer at 24 years old. I am now 28, about to be 29 in January. And I have a feeling when it comes to being able to have our younger generations included, like I ultimately want our youth to come after our, after our roles or our offices. I've always encouraged it. I think it's important and a crucial step that our youth feel like they are being consistently included. And ultimately, we have a wonderful, amazing organization that was founded by our elders and our ancestors that built this foundation to get us to where we are today. And I think in all honesty, I think we need to put our foot where our mouth is and really put our nose to the grindstone, because we need the strength and tenacity of our youth. And with the energy they have, they genuinely can propel us into the future if we choose to allow them. And I think that is the biggest question is, as individuals, are we going to allow that inclusivity? Because there's been multiple instances where we've had panels over the years explaining that, there's a lot of stipulations of why younger generations, from stemming from religion being the number one. 2, dividing and arguing when it comes to being on the floor. 3, when our youth have come forward to all of us, they have said that, we would love to come forward, but anytime we do, our voices aren't heard. And they feel like it falls on deaf ears. Everybody acknowledges it, but doesn't put any action forward. So all I politely ask is, are we going to take that action and make sure we include all generations and not excluding any of them?
I see many hands and I want to make sure that no one is left out. I think we have time for 2 more and then we will continue this discussion. This is not the end of discussing.
Thank you. Stephanie Weddle, ANS Camp 4 President. I just want to echo what I've heard, that it's time to stop talking about it and time to start doing something about it. I would like to see by the end of this Grand Camp that we consider changing our constitution to identify ANS Junior as 15 and younger and ANS Youth as 16 and over. And that, like Rachel said, make it a point to start bringing our youth to convention and giving them that voice. They are not going to take ownership in this organization and want to continue and move forward and be our future leaders if they are not given that opportunity. They can't be told that they can come to the floor but not vote. They can't be told that they can come to the floor and speak but not be heard. We're not going to progress and we're not going to move forward, and our organization is going to die if we don't start listening to our youth. Thank you.
We'll take one more and then we'll move into the next part.
Sister, please ask if we have any reactions from I don't think we have hands up, but our virtual attendees have not been recognized.
Yes, that's a good point. Is there anyone online that has had a hand raised that I haven't seen? Sure. I think just in person.
Thank you, Heather Gergo, ANB Executive, and mine's not an addition, it's just a statement in response to Sister Stephanie. Unfortunately, our bylaws and constitution cannot be changed as we go, but what we could do is we could draft a resolution. The resolution deadline is today at noon. Those will be our marching orders between now and the next Grand Camp. Before the next Grand Camp, we have to submit at least 30 days prior to all delegates that could change the constitution and bylaws. So I highly encourage maybe local camps to work together to draft that. And I think from what we're doing with Spruce Root, we can come up with some really good ideas. But that resolution could really carry us into this next year and really show the intention and the honor and the heart that we have for our future generations. So I'm going to change.
Okay, I really don't want to stop anyone, but I am keeping in mind that we have some topics to get through and there will be more opportunities to talk about these things. So thank you if you have something that you want to share, and I hope that you share it with the group as we move into discussions. Okay, so let's revisit yesterday, just briefly go back. We had a beautiful memorial, it was very special, in which we supported each other through difficult times, through grief and loss, with dignity and love. And before that, we had a kind, honest, peaceful set of discussions in which we reached a unanimous agreement that the main obstacle facing ANB and ANS is a lack of youth engagement and membership. That doesn't mean it's the only obstacle, but that was what every table said. And so today, we're going to revisit some of these things that came up yesterday. And again, you don't have to participate in this, but this is an opportunity to maybe take off your title and your role for the day and just come as you are. Think about all the roles that you have in your community, as well as your role within ANS or ANB. And we're going to be moving around a bit again and moving some things off of the middle of the table. So I do want to say that this will be a time to be a little bit more active this morning. So if you have any accessibility issues, please let someone know so that they can help you. If you do want to participate, and if you would not like to participate, please do take your conversations maybe out into the hall just so that we can focus on the workshop part 2 in here. And yesterday we had an issue with the breakout rooms online, so I want to really make sure that everyone online has an opportunity to participate this morning as well. We have ACP there to help, so thank you. And I will remind everyone that as we step into this workshop space, we will hopefully all agree on those 3 agreements for discussion. One is to listen to understand, not to respond. It can be hard when you have so much that you want to say that's important to say, to not jump right to that, but we will really find so much from listening completely to each other. Remember, notes. I'll put the prompts in the chat, and then everyone should be able to see in the chat. Will that work? The second agreement is to bring as much of yourself as you feel comfortable. Maybe you don't feel like you can be completely honest right now with everything because it may be difficult to say. And so really use your discernment to decide what will be useful for this discussion today. What will move us forward? And be kind while being honest. And the third agreement is to step up and to step back. And remember, that just means that if you're someone who is used to needing to speak often, maybe this is a time that you can step back and listen and rest. And if you're not used to speaking up, this could be a time that you put your thoughts out there because they are valuable. And we'll keep that balance of speakers. And then we had a fourth one suggested yesterday, which I think works really well, which is to prepare to have unfinished conversations. So this is not the only time we will talk about these things, but it is one opportunity to do so while we're together. Okay, so with that, I will ask for, please raise your hand if you would like to participate in the discussions this morning. So that'll work. I think what we'll do is we'll use some of these back tables that don't have as much stuff on them. And I'm going to be putting out some flip chart sheets, those big white sticky notes. And again, we will need a scribe for each table. So it looks like we have enough for about 3 or 4 tables worth. Did anyone behind me raise their hand? Okay. So if you would like to take part in the discussions, please separate yourselves into discussion tables with clear space on the table. And if you want to remain where you're at and not participate in the discussion, that's okay. But we will ask that if you have a conversation that you take it outside just so it's not distracting. So I'll give folks a minute to find a new table, and I will put out the prompts on each table. Go ahead and grab a coffee, get situated, and then we will begin. I see a raised hand.
Madam Chair, my name is located at Camp 4, First Vice President. Now, I want to make sure I understand if it's a continuation of yesterday's conversation.
It's new prompts, it's a different style, but it will be somewhat similar. Another question? You can sit with the same group or you could sit with new people, either one. I'm going to put out the prompts and then I will come back to stand. Go to an action.
Yeah. Okay, on that.
Okay, so if you have a discussion prompt at your table, it should be face down. You don't see the question. And I see one table. Do we have a scribe at the center table in the back? Please raise your hand if you have a scribe. Okay, one. And I see another table ready for discussion in the back left corner. Can you raise your hand if you're the scribe? Thank you. And we have one lovely table over here that needs discussion with a prompt on it. It's right by our local reporter, Jonathan. Thank you for being here. So if you... I encourage at least a few more folks to take their place over at this final discussion table. Arcadia's are here. Oh, perfect. All right. We're going to pause and come back because our honored guests have arrived.
You're online. Not very many.
Just quickly, I wanted to make a quick announcement. I will be traveling and I will be virtual for the rest of the conference. But if you need me, I have my phone, so I will be virtual. I'm jumping on a plane to be by my grandpa Herman. So gonna cheesh and have a great convention.
Yeah. Yeah, well, stay tuned. It's looking good, by the way. No, yeah, we're in breakout session with them. Back to later, just thanks. I don't know if you send you. I meant to see you. But if you want. I know if you send you. Send it. Yes.
I was gonna say it. And then when we first, the girls step forward, and then the boys line up, and then we step back. Right. Swap boys, and then. And I'll be teacher.
Oh, okay.
We'll come in through here. And then we'll all line up here. Okay. Probably across the whole entire. Can I put it down here? Yeah. And then we'll have our girls like pop forward. The girls will see little spot. So. But I feel like about
Okay, the children are lining up. And after their performance, if you aren't involved in any of the discussions, we have the food committee that needs to start prepping for tonight's dinner. Here they come. Good.
Wait behind. That sounds like. Exactly. Right here, bro. Come back to that. Thank you for having us. This is our Wrangle Head Start program. We have 2 classrooms. We have our Spruce classroom, our JE classroom, and our
Willow Cha
classrooms. This is both of our classrooms. We are missing quite a few students right now. We are just a month into school, so we practiced really, really hard. We're very excited. Thank you for having us once again. Our first song is going to be our girls' lullaby.
So it's, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? The sun is up. The sun is up. Get your clothes on. Get your clothes on and get ready for the day. I want to hear it loud. And boys, you can help sing too, okay? Here we go. Rachel, say something. Rachel, please. 2 and 3. Louder. Girls in the back, please come forward. Boys, forward. Boys, good job.
Yeah, we're gonna sing the boys song. You ready?
So our boys song is come here.
That's it. Look at that's Rachel.
I'll turn around. You sing, okay? Yeah, turn around.
You, Rachel. I see you, Teacher Eva.
Yeah, turn around.
You're on the picture.
Here we go. I want to hear loud.
Hey, look, turn around.
1,
It's gonna help the
2,
voice.
3. Again, louder.
I think the boy.
You did. Good job.
I did a boy
The next one, we were working on head, shoulders, knees, and toes. We're gonna sing it in English first. So we'll go head, shoulders, knees, and toes. And then when we go clink it, then we're gonna sing it in clink it. You guys all want to line up so everybody can
No, I will touch. Come on. Off the feet. Riley, hands out of your pants. Yeah.
Let's make space for everybody.
Come on, little baby. Layla.
Everybody ready?
Layla, here's a light.
There. 1, 2, ready, 3. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Wake it. Okay, ready? Aksha, Aveda, Kisa, Kusa, Kisa, Kusa, Kisa, Kusa. Aksha, Aveda, Kisa, Kusa. Awa, the good Ate, Aku. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all we got for you guys.
You guys want to help us dance some money to blanket?
Make some donations to the start costume so they can make it for their. All right, so passage.
So, what, so you want to drop me?
Going the girls? If the girls go up, we're still taking this. Okay. It starts with like the whole.
We're going to call you, we're going to call ANS, and then we'll call ANB. Okay, guys? Kusua F, Kuanina. Hey, 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 Number one, get up Hey! Handicap number 70. ANS. Am I right? Sharon? All you gotta do is dance anyway. Now we go.
President, may I ask that our ANS Grand Treasurer and whomever you would like, we would like them to count this up so our Head Start, our young people, our children know how much they're valued. I think it is cheese. Thank you. Which is not good, right?
Yes, that's okay, they'll make sure.
FYI, the youth that are attending conference today exceeded my challenge. So yay, and they danced for the kids. There's a cooks meeting happening in the classroom. So if you signed up with the food program, you're needed in the classroom. And continue your workshop. Thank you.
Okay. So that was wonderful. We're back to continue the workshop. We were just getting settled before our Head Start students came in. So can I have a hand raised from the scribe at each of the discussion tables? I see one, I see two, and we have a third table. Do we have a scribe over here with Matt and Peter, or one of you a scribe? So we need a few more people over at this table. So please, someone, if you are at all interested in the discussion, you will get a chance to talk about every single topic. There will be rotation, but we need to start with enough people at each table. And I know we have groups, folks online that are waiting to participate, and I will be putting the prompts in the chat. So we just paused for the Head Start students, and now we are starting up the discussion again. Oh, nice. And we do have a report on the funds raised for Head Start regalia making.
On behalf of the Alliance Trace ANS Grand Treasurer, on behalf of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, I am proud to announce for our Head Start, we were able to raise $885 for that. So, big gunachich to each and every one of you, including local camps. I know this money will go a very long way for our Head Start. So a big gunachich to the whole body.
Okay, so I see each of our discussion tables are ready.
Hey, we're trying to finish.
Some people might have started already. So online, how many people do we have online? Michael or Alejandro, I don't know who's manning the. Okay, thank you so much. And let's set the timer for 40 minutes, 40, please. And soon I'll put the prompt in the chat so that the breakout room can discuss it. All right, so you'll have 15 minutes at your tables. Please turn over your discussion prompts if you have not already. And if you want to take some time to quietly reflect on your thoughts before you share them, that's all right. Or I see some folks have started discussing, and so that's also all right. That's what we're here to do. So you have 15 minutes for everyone in the group to share your answers to the prompt. And I'll put it in the Zoom chat.
Trying to get off. I just looked at it one day later. This something that was made up. Wait till me.
Then they get we can stay and we stay off. We find that 3% we said that. They will be ready to stop by. You know, this is ministry.
And I don't know if I can see it. I'm so hot. That's right. Because I was trying to get like, oh, sure.
Sorry, yes,
Not even.
Yeah.
As an example, one of the things that we is we've been nice to you. What activities? I'd like to see. Usually interested in having those meetings this whole day. So they're. Yes.
Okay, I said all executives and all officers and executives to text message class. Regards with that and how they would like post the event. I think I proposed like. But it's all good. They have to go to conferences. Okay, so if you're looking at that, then you're gonna like put it in there. PayPal or check. Oh my. We like to do that now, because I got how much to do. I just want to make sure. Part of the today. I'll send it to you. Small maximum articles. Because I know exactly As long as right now, you're the first to go out, start your crazy on your friends. Because I can use you. PayPal is free, it's only for parents. If you don't, where it processes it within like $5, but it will not. It's going to this instant transfer. I should actually create a little outline, you know, so whatever next time I talk to this, if there's that ready to go, I think we'll share you that.
And then the other one is that we got to do this. So
All right, may I have your attention, please? Just pause your thought for a moment, hold on to it. Any conversations, just pause for a moment. So, what we are going to do is everyone will have the chance to discuss each of the 3 prompts at some point. But we will need one person from each table to be the host of that table. So we should have 3 hosts. I guess online is a little different because you're all in the same room. So 3 in-person hosts. So can I have please one hand raised from someone who is willing to stay with that table and not move tables? They can be described. Thank you, I see Adele. Okay, see Peter. Seeing that I can. Okay, great. So everyone who raised a hand, take this next minute or two to agree with your group on kind of the main points of what you discussed and what came up for everyone. Because what you'll be doing is sharing that with the next group that comes to your table. Okay? Are there any questions about that? So online, please make sure you have someone recording your discussion topics. I put it in the chat, but we don't want to miss out on hearing from what is coming up for you. We don't want to forget what was said. And so please make sure someone is recording it, that they can share it in the chat or email it to me. My email is in the Zoom chat. So take 1 minute and everyone at your table decide what were the main points that you talked about. Make sure that's written down on your piece of white paper, okay? And in a minute, you will be moving. So that minute starts now.
I've already. Based on what you know, things would you like to see, and asking a lot of questions.
Okay. So please pause your discussions again. And if you are not at a table and you would like to take part in a discussion, you are welcome to join one. This is pretty flexible activity.
Well,
Yes?
we're putting this on a day, or
I really encourage you to move. Yeah, we'll just have one person stay from each table that can share the main talking points with the next group. So now is your time to stand up unless you are the table host and rotate to the next table. Yeah.
Everything's table?
The 3 discussion tables need to rotate. Yes, so the table host stays with their own table and their own discussion topic. And the rest of the table moves to a new one. Switch.
Did you play music?
And then Karen will look at, get that wall. I was
Okay, so we are waiting on a third table to pause their conversation and move.
Yeah.
Okay. So unless you are the table host, you should be at a new one. And my online folks, once we start the in-person discussion number 2, I will share the next prompt for you in the chat.
How are you doing? Do you want to be doing wonderful?
I've heard you speak before with your knowledge and like. I know you don't. Okay, so I see an imbalance at the tables. Yes, we need a few more folks at our middle table. Remember, if you did not take part in the first discussion, that's okay. You can take part in this one. Okay. So, for this next topic, you should have a new topic, so the table host. Can I have a moment of just silence so I can give the instructions? So each table host should be sharing with the group, their new group, what their previous group discussed, so that you can add to it. We don't have to start over every single time. And so for this next discussion, please talk about what is coming up for you as you look at the prompt on your new paper. And you have 10 minutes for this one. And I'll put the next prompt in the chat for our online folks.
Anybody.
This is a lot of exciting. Once you know the need, then you can have everything. Yeah, basically, it's you don't abstract so that's teaching. But it's that. You think of yeah. Yeah, I can watch everything. Yeah, but never mind. It's in the yeah, the bottom. No, when you're well, the membership right turn out for yeah, they do these things that they do especially our younger guys. All the stuff. Yeah, you can find it. Yeah, that's on.
Find out the owner of I was talking about DPS. And you know, you can find out that. That's the only like 8 or 9 years old. And then my public, she said, oh, we're not friends. You didn't chew on the line. Down here. You don't go on to the my favorite kind is like out the comments. I go in the meetings and I with my mother and sister and my father's foundation and last year I think that I could try to ANS, please. That they might be favored as eliminated in the vision. If the more national can, that's what it's out of the that's it just seems like, because the numbers are low. Then at this point, we want to, it's actually seeing it within the actual front line, the balance, and because then we are good, even though the two sides of moves and just something of the business, they don't take us down. So we have other things to do, they think it's big more of the time. I think that we use to say, you know, she drives and so. You start off as you each one of you has a friend. Don't have to do that. All this good. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. It's a big difference. Oh, we got the. They have it on their, they was in there, they was building in, but yeah, so. Now, she got it out. Yeah. Because the models of drag and. Then the difference in. So. We went to the, or the.
No, that's. So, what I want, all of this, all the art that they did, all that they had to do, but then, and I was so much after that. But I'm about to do that too, and with them, and I used to, so that they told that how, they did all the money. So, I said, yeah. And I was getting and talking about. And I'm going like hundreds and that. Because it's that whole time I'm talking about that she only brought out to the as I was in. And also, we're not going to right. We don't put it all you should go. Yeah, how is that? That's my As long as they're not having
Okay, may I have your attention, please? I assume you probably have more to say, which warms my heart. I'm so glad that you're all willing to share your thoughts this morning. And since we do have other business to get to today, I will usher us along to the final group discussion, which means if you can spend the next minute doing a similar thing as you did before and just decide on kind of what were the additional things that came up. The table host will stay at their table again, and then everyone else will move to their final last table. This should be one that you haven't gone to before, so that everyone gets a chance to talk about each of the 3 prompts. And once you get to that new table, we'll start up again and you'll hear from what the discussions that came up before, what takeaways came from the last 2 groups, and you'll have your chance to give your own thoughts for this final discussion topic. So go ahead, and if you're not the table host, stand up and go to that last table you have not been to before. Please and thank you.
All right. So that's the idea of one. That's a lot. That's a lot. That is. Yeah, that's what that's a lot. Yes. Wow. Oh, that's up. Wow. But then when you came to the, yeah. You don't have
I mean, I can't say that. Can I come out? And so I already had a cupcake. Now I gotta get some. I guess I'll just.
So everyone should be at a new table unless they are table host.
The other thing that's from it's all
If you are just coming in after the lunch meeting or getting off the plane, you are welcome to choose any of these 3 discussion tables. It's pretty flexible. We have about 10 more minutes to discuss the last prompt.
You're talking about work. And I think that you're experiencing. Sounds like, but because we're in the process now, I think she's going to be the opportunity to say that you're going to
I would say there's 2 now off.
This is President Sarah. I'll see you last. There's one. This is the second vice president of ANS. He's also here. Really, really hard. And so, so glad that we can get that president. Small service. So you feel like the weeks I don't know.
Okay, you have a few more minutes, so try to wrap up your discussions. Few more minutes.
So that's why. All far.
All right, may I have your attention, please? I'll know I have your attention when I see your hand up here. Sheesh. I'll know I have your attention when I see your hand up in the air. Theater's table. We're gonna pause just for a moment, thank you. So I don't like to interrupt people, I really hate interrupting people, but I know we have guests that just got off the plane. We have a lot of business to attend to today, so my job is to move us through this workshop to get to the close. What I'm going to ask from each group is to take 5 minutes, considering all the discussions you had before. So table hosts, this is a big job for you. Think of one thing that Grand Camp and your camp can commit to doing by the end of this year to help move towards one of these goals that you've come up with. Maybe it's the most frequently talked about goal, maybe it's the favorite goal, but something tangible that you can do by the end of the year to move us in this forward direction towards the things we've been talking about. So take 5 minutes to talk about one thing you can do to meet these goals by the end of the year. Thank you. And online folks, please do that for each of the 3 discussion topics. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, well, you know, it has to be, okay, my heart, there's not to, I don't want
Okay. So by now you should have at least one goal that you've chosen. That doesn't mean you forget about the other ones. We're just holding on to at least one goal with one action you can take by the end of the year to move towards it. Okay, so now we're gonna do things like we did yesterday before we close out this workshop. And I need to have one person from each table. Most likely this will be the table host. Doesn't have to be, but someone who is comfortable sharing out for about 5 minutes, as we do need to move on to our next activity. The main takeaways from all 3 discussions. And one action that you can take at the Grand Camp level and the local level if you talked about that by the end of the year to move towards one of those goals. And then we'll have a chance for someone from online to do the same. So we have our moving microphone. Who's that? Oh, great. So please raise a hand if one of the tables is ready to share out.
No, the one's somewhere else. I think that's the two guys there.
Yeah.
Point of order, are we ever going to do the local camp reports? There was on the.
after. And the question was if tables could have one more minute to finalize what they wanted to share. Yes, you have one more minute to finalize that.
My mom lost her cane, Harriet.
We have a lost cane. Is it Harriet lost her cane? So if anyone can find a cane. Oh, I see one in the back by the canvas.
No, that's not it.
That's not it. Is it black?
No, it's purple.
It's a purple cane. We are looking for a purple cane for Harriet. So please keep your eye out for a purple cane.
It's here. It's under the.
We found the purple cane.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Wow. I'm so glad the plane made it in safely. So can I have, please, a raised hand from the first table host who is ready to share out what they discussed on their prompt? I see Peter has a hand up. Thank you. This will be a brief overview of what you talked about and an action or two that you can take by the end of the year.
Hello, good Chief. And I'm Keith Wu, WAD, Yokilrail, first president of ANB Camp 1. And we discussed a number of different items And one of them was respect for each other, equality and responsibility. And that's the topic that we're going to be working with and moving forward with. Because we have a list behind that, which I will read off, that will let you know that this first one that we picked, respecting equality and responsibility, actually echoed through what we're going to be working on throughout our balancing our relationship with ANB, ANS. So communication, reach out, willingness to help, following through with responsible on responsibility of role. If you're given a job, do it, and willingness to teach and learn. And then compromise, leaving ego at the door, and we added leaving bad vibes. So if something happened that was disrupted your day, don't bring it to a meeting. You know, I'm sorry that that happened, but don't bring that to a meeting. And empathy, we just want to really focus on that as we realize that people have gone through different things and experienced different things. And so if they don't dress the way you think they should be, or if they don't look the way you think they should, that you just kind of look past that and accept them as a member or a delegate of ANB, ANS. And prescribed, let go of prescribed gender roles. For example, we don't want people to just assume that because you're female, you're cooking or sewing. And we don't want to think that of a male, just because you're a male, you're going to be chopping wood, you're going to be carrying groceries. So we all work together. And then teaching instead of scolding. I think the elders most likely can relate to this because they grew up in that era where they got scolded, and that's the way they learned. And they're bringing that into our camps, not necessarily on purpose, but it's the way they were taught. So they are bringing it in. And as we have been trying to focus on the fact that our young children are watching us and how we talk to each other and how we communicate is going to be a big deal of if they're going to stay or not. So we need to be concerned about how we're teaching our children. And let's see, colonizing, what was this word now? What? Misogyny, and this is something that should not be allowed at all in any of our prescriptions or anything. Into our camps. And then also we had during Grand Camp officer meetings, local camp presidents should participate in increasing communication with transparency. And this is something that we should be allowed to do as presidents, to go into the Grand Camp meetings and communicate with them. And again, I'm just going to go back to the first one being respect each other, equality and responsibility is so very important. And so we're going to move forward with that. And going to Cheese, thank you all for being here.
Cheese. And before we do the last three share outs, we're just going to take a moment because we have more folks here.
Greetings, and allow me the permission to suspend what's going on now. We have, with the arrival of a couple of distinguished guests, we would like first to recognize that we have the president of Sea Alaska Corporation visiting with us. almost said Dr. Dennett, but that may be it. So Sarah, would you please rise if we welcome you? Thank you, Sarah. We're good to hear you say a few words later. And also we have arriving now, having survived 2 plane rides from Ketchikan to Wrangell. We have the arrival of Dr. Demmer. If you may rise to be recognized by the assembly. With the chief for driving safely here, well, Dennis and Sarah, thank you for arriving safely and God be with us as we go. And I would like to turn it back over to the, yes, Executive Heather.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Heather Kirkville, Executive Committee Member.
Yes.
I just wanted to make mention the resolution deadline is on the agenda for noon today. The work we're doing today with Spruce Root is so important, and I would really like to make a motion that we move the deadline for the resolution so that anything that comes from these discussions will have ample time to be put into a resolution to bring forward. So my motion is that we move the resolution deadline to after lunch, so we have time to create resolutions from this workshop. Go on, Chief.
Yes, thank you very much. That's key insight, Executive Heather, thank you so much. With the permission of the Alaska Native Grant President, there's been a motion that we extend the deadline for the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Grand Sergeant of Arms, Nat Nightel, and third by Eric Morrison.
For discussion, are there any resolutions being written now? That's okay, all right.
Thank you, Executive Paula Marino.
Thank you. If no further discussion, Mr. President, I call for question.
Question been called for on the motion to extend the deadline for the resolution so that information from this gathering right now can be written down and presented. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion passes. Let the record reflect that it's a unanimous vote. Thank you so much for that. It'll be included, and we'll turn it back to you if you would mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Peter, for sharing our first discussion prompt, which was how can ANB and ANS find balance working together? And the main takeaway was respect for each other, equality, and responsibility. And I think we may see some resolutions that reflect that and some work to be done at the Grand Camp level and individual camps by the end of this year. And as always, carrying it forward, this is not a one and done conversation. This is a continuation of things that everyone has been carrying at different times and discussing at different times. So our next group, if they're ready, looks like Fidel, you're ready. And the microphone is coming to you. You'll share out your prompt, please, and the main points that your groups discussed, and then an action that you can take by the end of the year.
So our group's prompt was, what do young people in your community care about, and how can ANB and ANS incorporate these things into their work? I have 3 main points, and then ways to combat that or include that. The first one is representation. We care about representation, and it is something that we see within our communities where many of the youth have been told to sit and listen as opposed to be heard. So opening a discussions for them to be able to debate. They want a voice and to know that they can insert their opinion without being chastised for it. And this also includes the representation of ANB and ANS is not exclusive to Native people. So creating the understanding that it is both native and non-native that are welcome, as well as people who are of the younger demographic being LGBTQ plus community, opening the idea to let go of our prejudices and our beliefs and allowing them space to feel safe to be welcomed into this community. So ways to, some of the ideas that we had and how we can incorporate these things, or at least get more representation in our communities, is to gather youth here today, like in this very moment, where we take the youth who are currently in this room, which is not many of us, to be fair, and we encourage them to create a group chat where we can all convene and stay informed, stay connected, and encourage each other to continue to spread through our communities, whether that feels like we need to do more, or if we don't know where to go, we have that support system already in place from the youth that we currently have. Another way would be to, or another way to get representation or to get more of that youth voice in here is to create our social media pages, because that is what youth use. So things like TikTok or Instagram, and utilizing those for both a Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, but specifically using a youth to run those social media pages. Because what we see in social media as youth is these other corporations using their youth to be implementing those social media pages, and they get a lot of engagement out of it as it is. So that's a way that we can build that up. And then briefly for this last point is youth facilitated activities and youth on councils. So getting the youth to organize activities in their communities and fundraising so they can take the initiative and get more excitement for themselves, talk to their peers about what they might want to see in their community, and then also allowing, again, seats on councils potentially where we have a youth representative position on both our local councils as well as our grand councils. Other thing that the youth care about is blood quantum. It's a very short discussion, but there's a thing that we've all grown up with saying that you are only native up to a certain degree. You are less native than somebody else if you are half or a quarter. And of course, we as a whole understand that you are as native as anybody else is when you are culturally involved. It's your culture, it's your roots. It does not matter about blood quantum, but that is something that a lot of youth do care about seeing the representation for, because we still have these ideas pushed onto us that you are not native enough. So having ANB and ANS advocate on behalf of that much more, or at least more vocally. And the last point was youth convening with peers. So they have a voice to listen to as opposed to talking to their elders, which can be very intimidating at times. So that if they have an idea to present the opinion to, they have their peers to talk to as opposed to the intimidation of hierarchies. And so this actually leads back into your question at the end of what's to do for the next year, which brings us to the point of creating a youth camp itself. So while we do want our youth in our communities, of course, and we want youth in our own camps, I think it would be beneficial for us, and we have discussed that it would be beneficial for us to implement a youth camp of our own as a specific youth camp where we're all in touch with social media pages. So even in our communities, say for Wrangell, for example, Sitka or Juneau, we take the youth in those communities who are interested in ANB and ANS, and we push them to not join our specific camp, but join the overall youth camp that can be developed. Thank you.
And I'm looking down because I'm taking quick notes. We have one more table to hear from and our online group.
My name is Nina Edwards from Camp 70 in Juneau, Glacier Valley. This is a difficult topic, and to be so candid, it's I'm nervous to talk about it, and it is how can ANB and ANS be more inclusive of all faiths and spiritualities. I'm so grateful for everyone who really genuinely shared their thoughts and feelings, opinions, and beliefs with me. and I'm going to try to capture those the best I can. One of the main points that we explored was the ideas of flexibility in our spiritual expression versus rigidity and adherence to the precedents of Christianity throughout ANB and ANS. And I think both are so important. We spoke about when we adhere to the precedents of Christianity, it's honoring those who founded ANS and ANB, and we're following the footsteps of people who came before. That is so important. In addition to that, flexibility and honoring each individual's expression of their faith, their spirituality, or lack thereof, and expressing our acceptance and love for what they do want to bring to ANS and ANB authentically. Although there's many different takes on how we can approach this, I think we're all united from talking to all of you on values of reciprocity, acceptance, and love. Another thing we talked about was reviewing those specific protocols and bylaws governing documents. And one of the ways that we can have an informed discussion about this as at Grand Camp Convention next year would be for each locally to review the governing documents and specifically focusing on the areas that pertain to faith and spirituality and have discussions on that and bring it to Grand Camp the following year so that when we're talking about this, we're all familiar with what the language says and how to best navigate being more inclusive. Another thing that we talked about earlier was how we might be able to be more inclusive in prayer, whether it's having a moment of silence, using inclusive language such as higher power, or even making some activities in prayer optional. And I think this is the last thing, we had a discussion on the song and how, from the best of my knowledge, it sounds like there was a vote to create a new song to be used in ANB and ANS, and I believe with the inclusion of some of our traditional languages. Gonna cheers for trusting me to speak on this, and if anything was taken in a negative way.
Geez. And our fourth and final group to hear from, our online discussion group. So ACP, can you help make sure that someone from that group is able to share out for the rest of us on all three topics? Okay.
When I speak, I don't mean to bring any offense. So I apologize if you're offended. But this conversation on how to bring in youth without having youth present is disrespectful. One of the biggest things I found these last couple of years is that we need to stop talking about youth and allow youth to have a seat so they can bring in their needs. But since we're talking about them anyways, if you want to bring in youth, my biggest thing is find a Joe Williams. That's my number one suggestion. That's Saxman's. He is in my office the last 2 weeks, 3 times a week. He is in my text messages over a dozen times. And when I say my text messages, he created a group chat just with the people in my generation to form a meeting, to have an ANB meeting, to figure out what we're doing. You need a Joe Williams. That's for one, because he's the reason why I'm here today. For two, there's a couple suggestions within the group of having a constitutional convention to allow one member of the youth out of each camp to vote. Having a youth member track the legislator to know what kind of bills are coming in. To have junior camp trainings on how things are important. We need to bring basketball back. I remember when every single camp had their own team. Saxman will be bringing their hoops and Halloween back next year. That way we bring in all the southern villages in to have a big tournament. It'd be nice to have the basketball teams come back. Bring back the bands for the kids. Most of our kids are playing music. So if you have a kid in art or music and they play a certain instrument, maybe we should all get together, because I bet the mothers of the ANB, ANS can bring their kids in and form their own band. Student councils. I know we had a suggestion of having a junior youth convention. I know that our presence as delegates was asked to be at Youth and Elders. I have the youngest election board in the state throughout every municipality in Alaska. I suggest that you open your seats and put youth there. There's no reason for us to have old experienced election board. That seat is open, it's consistent, policies and procedures don't change. It's a great place for them to learn. So as a city clerk, I opened up those seats for our young ones. As a city clerk, our city council opened up youth and elders committee. Joe Williams is the president of the Organized Village of Saxman. They have a youth and elders committee as well. We need to have more Elizabeth Bradovich and Indigenous Peoples Day and those presents within the schools. We need more food preservation. And then also, I work with the library here on the islands. They have the giant Sea Alaska books. So we can open up the clan house and have story time. Also gathering of the drums. But really in all aspects, if you want to know how to bring the youth in, then ask the youth what we could do to have them present. But I really do believe that our youth want to know Robert's Rules of Order and know how to have a good legal argument and how to have an argument within the table. As for religion, I'm going to hurt a lot of people's feelings when I say this. This is like one of the core arguments since 2016. And I remember, and this is an argument that continues to split tables up. And I'm going to say something that I haven't said in a long time. In 2016, you know, I was one of the people that told everybody to stop doing onward Christian shoulders. I didn't feel it was right. I didn't want to pray at the beginning of meetings. But then I sat there and I got humbled by hearing the hurt in the other sisters' voices that prayed. And then I can remember hearing my grandmother pray. And we need to remember to have religion, inclusivity, and spirituality, inclusivity. It means to be inclusive. That means we can't just tell someone to stop praying so we can smudge. And they're not stopping us from smudging so they could pray. Let's just have an understanding who our elders are. Let's have an understanding that our elders went to boarding schools. Let's have an understanding that our elders got every single piece of ceremony and language and any type of connection they had beaten out of them. Let's keep in mind when they had an eagle feather, their fingers would get broken. Rocks would be thrown at them if they tried to dip. So as they might pray in that way that we don't appreciate as a younger generation, they're not forcing us to be baptized. They're not forcing us to pray. They're not indoctrinating us into the Christian religion. Let's remember when this ANB was founded, we didn't have anything, let alone the right to vote. We didn't have no spirituality. It was taken from us. So let's be kind when people want to pray. Let's be kind when all those elders walk into the room with onward Christian shoulders, because they didn't have a hoo-ha in that time. They weren't allowed. Now, as you can tell, the next generation isn't praying with them. It's not out of disrespect. It's because we're connecting to our spirituality. We are connecting back to our ceremonies. So as they're not going to stop us from smudging, let's not stop our elders from praying. Let's have an understanding of why they're praying. They lost that connection. Let's have an understanding that our elders went to boarding school where they weren't allowed to have face tattoos. They weren't allowed to smudge. They weren't allowed to dip. Now, I'm not going to pray with you. I'm no Christian, but I'm not going to stop you from praying. And I know you'd never stop me from smudging. And I know Dolores Churchill is an elder that prays in Hodkill, and I would never bow my head anytime she prayed. And she looked at me one day and she said, do you understand I pray to no God? When I'm praying in Hodkill, it's to the beings, it's to the four-leggeds, it's to the birds, it's to the air, it's to the sea. She goes, I hope you know that I'm not praying in no other way besides how the Hadas pray. So let's keep in being respectful, and let's make this, let's eliminate this argument. I don't want to hear this argument on the floor next year. When you guys come in to Ketchikan and Saxman and wherever you guys choose to be at next year Grand Camp Convention, I don't need this to be an argument. Let's have it as an understanding. Let's start that healing process now of understanding of why people are praying. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody, but I'm not here to stop anyone from praying. Just like I don't want anyone to stop me from taking a dip. But I think we can understand that we pray to be in a good way. I think we're praying and we dip, all of us, to reset our energy. So I'm not going to care how anyone else is resetting their energy. You want to be inclusive with religion and spirituality, then stop trying to get people to pray. That poor elder only knows how to pray, and you're literally arguing with them, telling them to stop. How rude. Let's be respectful. Let's be understanding of those boarding school kids. And let's love one another. Let's heal with each other. And one day you take that elder to go dip. One day you take that elder to the sweat lodge, because that elder probably didn't get the opportunity. But that's kind of what our roundtable was at. But I do know that Beverly Russell had some amazing words to share as well. But let's remember, when we continue on as ANB, ANS, as a Xinca, as a Southeast people, as strong people, as civil rights, we're going to do it together, but we're going to do it together the way our ancestors wanted it, strong and solid. Machish.
Beverly Russell. Thank you, Stephanie. You had you summarized some great points that we covered. One other was to use the platform that the youth use, Instagram, TikTok, in order to reach out to them. That was covered in one of the other groups also. And I wanted to reiterate that our camp is introducing a resolution to form a legislative committee at the Grand Camp level. I think that's one way a powerful way that we can become effective as an organization, advocating for our resolutions, what we're interested in at the state legislative level. And actually, that's all that I had to add to that. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, well, I'm so grateful for how this workshop has gone in two parts, last night and this morning. Now we're nearly to lunch. It took a lot of vulnerability, it took a lot of honesty, and it took a lot of kindness from everyone. So for a moment, can you turn to the person next to you and just say thank you, however you want to say that? Can I teach?
What is it? Yeah.
ceremonially going in the ocean. There's more to it, but yes, I'm sure a lot of people could answer that. The question was, what is a pivot?
Okay, yeah, thank you, I just want to clarify. Thank you.
So I will close out and I will say we've got to a lot of great discussions over the last 24 hours, and I'm working on compiling everything in a little summary that I will send out to our Grand Camp presidents, whose secretaries can distribute to everyone. And if you would like a copy sent to you, please just let me know your email. And I'll make sure that gets out to everyone so that these conversations can continue. And I just want to say that, you know, yesterday we unanimously agreed that the greatest obstacle we're facing is youth engagement and membership, and we're looking for ways to mentor younger generations. And all the time, we're all getting older. We've never quite been here before. So we're all learning all the time. And that's something that unifies all of us. And I feel so honored to look around and see mentors that I've been able to learn from. It's a Bob, Punch Lane, Anshaw Snoop is here, but I think each of us can look around this room and see the process in action. It's already happening, and it will continue to happen. And from these discussions is how we can figure out ways to grow that effort and expand it so that we can all walk forward together. So I'm going to teach, and I'll turn it back over to our presidents.
Yes.
Thank you to Spruce Roots. You really peeled off a layer for us, and I was so happy to hear those responses from our Zoom and our audience. So, Chish. Next, we have the Finance Committee to introduce our budget.
The ANB Finance?
You want to do both? Or?
The ANB Finance? We have the ANB Finance.
Executive Member Pellegrino, ANS. As chair, we have before us, it's been distributed, the ANB budget. Is that what you're referring to, Madam Chair? Information purposes, thank you.
So nobody needs to talk about it. We'll just...
President. So we have, I'm happy to present this. You also have Brother Joe and Brother James Ross.
Chairman, give her a mic. Got it, Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Alpine. So I'm happy to present the ANB budget. The ANB and ANS Finance Committees did meet prior to this, but you also had, I just want to be respectful, you do have the ANB Finance Committee members, Brother Joe Williams and Brother James Lanos in attendance. And if they are good with it, I'm happy to present it on their behalf.
information of the body, we have the information from the finance committee is distributed. I think we need to hear from the two grand presidents report, which we'd like to do at this time, and I would give the honor and pleasure of introducing Dolores Churchill, Sandy Churchill, who is the willingly paid the fine, who willingly share what the Alaska Native Sisterhood has been doing and accomplished during her term. Present to you the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President, Sandy Churchill.
Hey, so I started out writing my report as 6 pages long. There's a lot of difference between being a camp president and a grand president. So I didn't, you're like, yeah, I reduced it down to a page. So I'll start out with good morning to our Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson, our ANS Emeritus Melly Schoonover, ANB Grand President Soboloff, Executive Committee members, Grand Officers, delegates, and guests. It's truly been an honor to stand here and share this year's presidential report. Our organization is more than just individuals. It's a community, and we are bound together with our values, traditions, and a commitment of lifting each other up. This past year has been filled with very meaningful moments. I made a presidential travel trip to Ketchikan to celebrate the lifetime membership of our executive woman, Janice Jackson, and others. The ANB president is Tim Rainbow, where we held our first Elizabeth Peradovich parade. And then we had the community potluck and our virtual event on Zoom or, on Facebook. I was honored to attend the General Assembly in Juneau, where we were recognized as a grandparent organization. I had hoped to attend our dear Carol Lewis's memorial in Haines, but I was unable to travel, and so Sister Millie, our emeritus, stepped in for me. I was also grateful to write letters of support for lots of different things for our subsistence, our Amy Hollingstead celebration in Petersburg. She served as the Grand President for ANS for 2 terms, and 2 different times. So yeah, she did a lot. Throughout the year, I remained committed by holding our monthly executive ANS meetings. And as the convention approached, those meetings became weekly and then bi-weekly. So lots of Zoom and computer times. It was a huge learning curve. I also had the rewarding experience of writing some resolutions, and it was with the help of a committee. Of course, I can't do any of this by myself. I need all of the help from our prior leaders, and my dear friend Kendra, she was the one that gave me the inspiration. If you noticed in the program, I wrote a poem. I was so inspired by her workshop that I attended because I serve on the Elder Youth Conference for First Americans, and she was doing a training anyway in Sizzle. So once again, I realized how much our work matters. The way we support one another, the way we celebrate milestones together, like our birthdays and singing, and so many things, and the challenges that we face with resilience. Every step this year has been possible because of the strength and generosity of this organization. I especially want to thank all the sisters for their effort in helping us share the progress that we've made together. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our joint executive committee members who decided to join us for countless hours of planning for this year's convention. Realize that, it's been 6 years since we've had a convention. So I also want to thank ANB Camp 4 and ANS Camp 1 for all of their spirit in the let's get this done, and their collaboration that they brought every detail.
to the forefront, from organizing the logistics and ensuring that everybody felt welcomed and included. They went above and beyond their duties. Teamwork has made this face-to-face hybrid convention possible. Thank you for entrusting me with the privilege of serving as your president. It's a role I will carry with deepest respect. Together, we have built together, lasting over 113 years. And I know that our shared vision and values will continue to guide us. May we move forward in unity, strength, and the knowledge that we are always stronger together. And I also wanted to make a little side note that I feel like at this convention, we are representing the youth. We have our youth delegates and our youth representatives. And this morning, just having those Head Start children in here and showing their value. I mean, everybody was amazed at what they can learn and what they can do. And those are our future generations. So cheese for the $885 that they raised, that you raised for them. So thank you.
But geez, thank you, Madam President Patty Churchill, not only for the report, but the fine work that you and your local camp have shown to us as we gather. Let's give her a round of appreciation. The ANB Grant President's report will be short and brief. It will be covering what the activities have done in terms of the local camps here in Southeastern. But before I do that, please, President Emeritus Richard Jackson, the ANS Canadian Brotherhood, President Emeritus, that's been interested, President Goodover. I would like to greet also each of the grant officers who have been working fastidiously and successfully during the camp, and thank you for all your endeavors of making this happening go so that we can all learn from this experience. The grant officers, particularly the elders who are gathered here in Wrangell, the veterans who are mostly seen, and we have a lot to do with keeping them sustained. We have a lot of people who work in the world of religion who are doing lots of things for us on behalf, and I recognize those. We have heard earlier from the Honorable Mayor from Wrangell welcoming us to this fine thing. More importantly, our youth who have not only worked here at this convention, but have helped, and you saw their wonderful performance as they gave today, showing that our group, our organization, our future is in their hands, and it's going to be great. Honored delegates and many close friends and families. Being in Wrangell for the 113th convention was a very interesting journey because it allowed those local camps who took the time, usually each week since last October, to sometimes of each month, they would be sending messages and pictures of activities that are going on in the local camps. From Cluckwan, from Yakutat, from Anchorage, to Haines, to Juneau, to Hoona, to Angoon, to Tennessee Springs, to Petersburg, to Ketchikan, to Saxman, to Metlakatla. Every camp reported in that they were doing activities. And the unanimous thing was they were doing the activities that we talked about here at Grand Camp. But the thing that was kind of revealing is their successful work went on anyway. Sometimes they didn't have elected grand officers. A couple of camps like Hoona and Yakutat totally reorganized themselves and elected new and young people. And they called excitedly to me on the telephone and asking, how can we do things better? And we welcomed them. And I said, do your best to do some fundraising. We would welcome you to be with us as we meet in Rankin. So we took that information and working with the Alaska State Legislature when they were in session, I got to talk with Representative Hannon, Representative Sandy Story, and Senator Jesse Keel about the things that are going on in the legislature, which, wouldn't you believe, they recognized the fact that there was an organization that worked for the Native people. I made an effort and an attempt to meet with the Honorable Governor, Governor Dunleavy. I finally got through to talk to his staff. One was the Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources, John Doyle, and the other was Jerry Moses, who is Dunleavy's representative in Washington, D.C. And I said, have two things to ask you. One, I think since 1959, when the state was organized, they put us all in the basket as all Alaskans. As you know, all of our natural resources on land and sea are available for Alaskans. But when we go out to try to do clam digging, crab fishing, sea cucumber harvesting, devil club harvesting, yellow cedar harvesting, we have to get a permit. And I think that's one of the neat things is we make them get us a permit. But I maintain as a Native people, that's our resources. Amen. And it's high time that the state of Alaska recognize who they are dealing with. It's not as if we have magically appeared on the horizon. In fact, we met them when they came up here. So that was the story that I talked with Jerry Moses. And I said, there are some things in terms of services that need to be developed and delivered in our local camps. And he said, what would be that, Sasha? I said, I think our families who are in terrible grief because of deaths in the family are having to be responded so that they could receive psychological help, subsistence help, understanding that there is a dynamic in each local community who is, just like everywhere else, suffering from chemical abuse, fentanyl that has run rampant in our community, as well as all the other things like alcohol. And I said, it's fine to talk about it in Juneau, Ketchikan, Anchorage, and Fairbanks, but the rest of the state, they look at us like, well, where are you? And I mentioned it in the Central Council at my last address, and I said, you know, the land list, God bless them, they've been how many years doing this? Over 50 years. And I said at that time, God, when is enough enough? We need to be at that table. And the local camps of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Sisterhood should be the prime receivers of a food source that is accessed by all of the other tribes in the United States, including communities where you can get food delivered to your door every month. The school districts already have a free and reduced price lunch program, as you know. And I asked Mr. Moses, I'm not asking you to invent something, I'm going to ask you to peek and tweak it, because your duty-free porch in Seattle takes that information and ships that kind of material up to all of our small schools and large schools. And he said, we never thought of that before. I said, well, I have people who don't eat because they're on the street. I have people who can't access it because they're incarcerated at a very high enforcement rate in the criminal justice system. And everybody kind of shakes their head and said, yeah, we know how you are. I said, no, you don't. I talked with President Sandy and I said, you have people who don't have food. We are about providing that food. She and I and other people in her camps and in your camps as well. If someone needs food, they knock on your door or you go to the store and you buy them, bless your heart, something to eat for that day. That's what the service is that the local camps are really, really tuned into. And our organizations, as we saw with the roots discussion that's going here, we're getting there very, very quickly. And with our precious time that we have, it's about time that we get the successfully done so that we can get to those tasks that are there. Our term came because the local membership of the camp said, we need help to change. And sometimes as humans, we find it difficult to change. We find ourselves attached to history. We find ourselves attached to customs. But more importantly, even though I speak to you in English today, I don't think in English, and neither do you. You think in your native brain. And in your native brain, you are here to help anyone who comes into your contact so they can be somewhat better prepared. Our children are like that. Our grandchildren are like that. And it's our duty to respond with that kind of service and love so that they can have better opportunity than we have or than what our parents had. And it's been a great honor to talk to different political organizations about the natives that are in the rural communities needing the kinds of services that better the quality of life. And interestingly, the theme of give me your hand is where it starts. It's not for a reason, not whether or not you're a raven or eagle, no. It's not in the role of whether you're Democrat or Republican, no. It's because you reach out wanting to be of service to your fellow mankind and to help the young people discover where we have been and to discover they can be in that journey as well. Each of you here and online are beautiful, wonderful representatives of Native people who, over the course since 1912, have sought to serve our quality of life by keeping ourselves vibrant and alive and never stopping to reach out to help those who are in need. I think there's a camp in every town that has young people who are eager, if we even just offer something to them that they can be included. It's a little different mindset, but we have to be able to be confident that they'll be ready to receive that help and say, it's okay to think that way. There's nothing wrong with that. So each of you and your families are blessed, and our camps are in a great position to do that kind of work and to continue it for the next 100 years. It's absolutely beautiful to see that we can stand in front of the politic, state and federal people and say, it's time. Our young people are ready, our camps are ready, and let's keep up the fight so that it can be a better life for us. And I am humbled by the opportunity to have that experience during the course of this term. And I know that we'll keep at it. Times are changing, but no one said that we were going to be old, right, Eric? It just happened to us. But thank you very much, and I appreciate this opportunity for this teach.
I know we have about 10 minutes because lunch is getting set up for, but let's start with our local camps.
If you want to.
Oh, yes, you ready? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So we are presenting the ANB 25-26 proposed budget. And we just found it from the information that was handed out to you. And I will cover that as soon as we get down there. And just please let it be known that this is a proposed budget. The ANB will still need to meet, make some adjustments, and we will bring it back to the floor tomorrow. All right, so the ANB and the ANS Finance Committees, per the Constitution, meet and help over the budgets together, come to agreements on certain shared expenses. And we met earlier this morning to do that. So for the estimated amount for the drawdown for next year that we will be requesting from the Sea Alaska Endowment will be a total of $45,000. And the income for the division of dues, they list as 400 local camp contributions for the Constitution, as income from convention for $1,000. He had a previous balance on there of $6,088.35. And then when I say he, I mean the ANB Grand Treasurer Jimmy Alanis, who was not in attendance, was not able to be here. So he lists total income of $52,488.35. For the expenses, they have the convention expense for in-person for the ANB travel and M&I. They have a total of $23,454. There is no breakdown for that provided right now. For joint ANB and ANS convention expenses, per the MOU that was passed in 2023, that was signed by both ANB and ANS, and it was voted upon at the 2023 convention, that the ANB and ANS have agreed to split the endowment, whatever we draw down from the Sea Alaska Endowment provided to us, that the ANB and ANS Grand Camp split 50% each, and it goes to their respective bank accounts. So with that also means ANB and ANS Grand Camps share the expenses of Grand Camp and the implementation of resolutions. So the estimate for the expenses for next year's convention, we estimate, or on the ANB side, their portion would be $250 for the guest speaker. For a hybrid option, their portion would be $5,300, and this would be, of course, the same for the ANS. The clerical and rentals, we estimated cost of $200, and the grand ball estimated cost of $250. Now, this is just the ANB portion. This is 50% of the total cost of Grand Camp expenses. So the total expenses would be $6,000. So $12,000 divided by 2 would be $6,000. And then for the ANB on their budget for other expenses, they list deducting $22,500 from their budget to the ANS Grand Camp. This one, I think, is an older budget form because it no longer needs to be on it because the funds are directly deposited to each ANB and ANS Grand Camp bank accounts. The implementation of resolution and bills, we estimate a total of $2,600 to implement those bills. The resolutions and bills, of course, this may change once we go over all our resolutions for this at this convention. We will have a better idea. The Finance Committee will once again meet and we'll have a better idea of what it would cost to implement those resolutions. We'll come to an agreement and split that cost. Right now, we estimate it will be $1,300 each. They do not have anything on the line item for the Grand President Local Camp Fleet visits. They do not have anything on the line item for ANB travel and M&I for non-convention expenses. They do not have anything on the line item for memberships, for example, AFN and CAI. Operating expenses, they have an ANB Grand President discretionary of $900. QuickBooks Online and training, $800. Exec officer training, they have $0. They have a website, webmaster, web hosting, domain, and data management of $800. They do not have any virtual meeting platform. They have a $0 amount of that line item, but I do believe that needs to be changed because I recall that the ANB has during their executive committee, they did agree to continue meeting on Zoom. For office expenses and supplies, they have $250, equipment and technology. For the grant president, they have 0. Software and subscriptions, they have $850 or $650. Bank travel fees, 0. Convenience caps and memorabilia, 0. Grant president convenience caps and memorabilia, 0. They have tax organization license fees and filing fees, $300. Cloud storage and standing to organize documents, $500. They have 0 in the amount for programs, for example, membership drives and whatever other programs that ANB would do. They have a $0 amount in that. For rentals, PO box and storage space, they have $500. That is for a total of $4,700, which comes to total expenses of $57,000, $954. They have a total income of $52,000, $488.35, which is a deficit of $5,465.65. Now, once again, this is just the preliminary presentation to the convention. They will be meeting, there will be adjustments, and we'll bring this back to the floor and be ready to vote upon it then. And Chish.
Thank you, Daphne. So tomorrow we'll be voting on the budget. So that was just an introduction. Okay. Let's take a few minutes for anybody have their grand camp or their grand camp, excuse me, their local camp reports that would like to come up first. Peter. Or you can.
Madam President, just a quick reminder to all of our delegates or camps that are submitting resolutions. Please, who is the author and your camp? Because that way our resolution committee chair, Kathleen John, out of Juneau, will be able to, and the committee have any questions, they can get it back to them. We've got a lot of resolutions coming in. How I think it was changed for the first time in years, but we need that information for the resolution chair, Madam President.
Good cheese for everybody that's in attendance. My name is Keith Wu. I'm WAD, Eagle Killer Whale. My English name is Peter Karras Jr., president of Alaska Brotherhood Camp 1 Sitka. And we help with holiday dinners, Thanksgiving and Christmas. We did a farmer's market this year. It was actually cut in half. Usually it's 12 visits by farmer's market, but this year it was 6, and that was their choice, not ours. We did fundraisers. There was various ones throughout the year. We did a really big drive the last couple months for getting here to Grand Camp. And we celebrate Elizabeth Bradovich Day, and it's a really large event for us. We bring students from Edgecombe to do a lot of the catering and helping the elders, and they do dances, and it's a big event. And we pack the Founders Hall to its max when we do this event. And we all participate in that. Donations were made for medical and bereavement needs throughout the year. And that's always been a big part of why ANB works in our community and in this part of the world because it's sometimes difficult for people to travel to a family member that is either passed or is passing away, and also medical expenses are skyrocketing each day, and so we are always grateful to be able to help in that area. And we did a lot of maintenance this year, and if I could have our members that's helped with the painting and cleaning, please stand up. These guys are Stephanie, Brian, anybody who helped in the painting and restoration of our building. I mean, these guys worked endlessly. It was really amazing how much they did, and the hall went from like this dingy yellow to this really bright, beautiful white. And they even took down all the photos and everything. And it was a all in all workout for them. And I just want to, could we just give them a round of applause, please? And thank you very much, Ganesh. And then support was given to hearing protectors and both by the city of Assembly and the Fish and Game. So this is another big one for us too. We really like to support the hearing protectors. We speak up because as we know in this room, this is our land. And I really stick by that because that's the way it really is. They didn't ever like win it or anything or sign a piece of paper that said it's theirs. It's our land, it's Tlingit land. And also an energy audit was done because we're trying to make our building more sufficient. It's an old building. It was we started in 1912. The building was built in 1914. And so we're always trying to upgrade and make things a little better as far as the heating ability. And again, thank you, Klinik.
Thank you, ANB Camp 1. Next, we have ANS Camp 1, Virginia.
Chief Tekatilhan, esteemed delegates here in attendance at the 113th Grand Camp Convention being held in Wrangell. We did this camp report and we did all the things that we needed to do. We had a number of joint meetings, probably 10 with ANB Camp 4. I see President Sam Campus over there, Vice President Richard Oliver, Sergeant at Arms, actually Vice President Jeff Rooney. Please forgive me. Richard is the treasurer and Arthur Larson is the Sergeant at Arms. Let's give those guys a hand. Richard is the alternate as well. And ANS Camp 1, I see Madam President Sandy Churchill and Vice President Val Massey, the one that did that beautiful spruce root. That was wonderful, and it really was a really great experience to listen to that. And we have our delegate, actually a delegate is Amber, Wade, and Vidal Baker. Are you guys? Yeah. Alternate is not here. We have another delegate, Laura Larson, Amber's mother. And we have a member, a sister sitting with us, Trisha Rooney. I'd really like you guys to give them a hand. They're the ones that they're the STP, the same 10 people, doing a lot of stuff for our local camps and everything that goes on in Wrangell. There's just a core group of us that work together and we really appreciate all their help, and that's what I really wanted to say. We did this from October 2024 to October 2025. We discussed the discussion on Grand Camp 2024. We collaborated with WCL and Team Hollywood visit, and that was due to that terrible landslide that happened to us. And they came in and did healing stuff the way that Miss Esther Reese, our tribal administrator at the time, said that Native people heal differently. Their things are about making vests, about doing moccasins, about having discussions together, meeting and eating, where we can be ourselves with each other. It's really important. I learned that at the elder camp, that we needed a place to be ourselves, where it is right here in ANS Grand Camp, an ANB Grand Camp Convention here in Wrangell. Hope you guys take that to heart because it's really true. I could bust out at a song at any moment. Okay, so here we go with, we did National Native Heritage Month in November, and we had new members sworn in, Finley Churchill, Junior ANS. We did the bombardment in January with the Wrangell Cooperative Association. We were one of the groups that got a totem pole out of that bombardment in that horrible day on Christmas Eve when Satu was taken from us, closest relative to the Kiosh, Kittatong from Wrangell. You know, I would do a land acknowledgement right now for the Wrangell people, but I'm not going to. Okay. So we have virtual Elizabeth Paradovich Day program right here in this room. It was so beautiful. A lot was done there. It was beautiful. We had a dancer from the lower 48. That's the only way I can say it. They did really good. It was dancing with their son and daughter and her. I think her name was Olivia. We had scholarship for the Wrangell High School senior class as usual. And well, I'll get to that part. They have to do their own. Okay, so new members sworn in were Shannon Crosley, Juno, she's Nanyayi, Daisy Rooney, my great-granddaughter, Junior ANS, and Catherine Gallimore, my dear granddaughter as well. We had new members sworn in, Iris Klinger from Sitka, and then new members sworn in, Robin Lane, Darian Burley, and Margot Gross, she's Junior ANS. We did a motion to renew and resubmit resolutions to change the ANB and ANS Grand Camp theme song to "This Land Is Our Land." Guys. And we did, delegates were chosen, Amber, Laura, Goodell, and Darian Burley as our alternate. We had a new member sworn in as well, Miss Trissa Rooney, sitting over there. And, you know, we just like to thank everybody from Wrangell for pulling together. This is a great undertaking. Val's the vice president of ANB and ANS. Let's see, Michelle, it's good to see you here again. Okay, so then we just like to thank you guys for putting this on. It was a big undertaking, and we did the best we could for putting on the 113th Grand Camp Convention. We are really proud of our Madam President, Sandra Churchill. I was in those meetings. I know what was going on. And just like the youth here, I didn't get a chance to speak about what you guys were talking about, but I was taking it all in. And my thoughts resound on that as well, about what was said in here. I just don't think that, you know, my words would change. Hi, Lou. There's Lou. She's here too, helping with the dinner. So one thing I'd like to do as second Grand Camp Vice President of Alaska Native Sisterhood, Virginia Oliver, is invite you all to Cultural Night tonight. We will be having a dinner and dancing our little hoofies to the quick. Sheesh.
Dish, I need to make an apology. I'd like again for Vivian and Chad and Stephanie and Brian, whoever helped with the painting of and maintenance of our Founders Hall, Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp One. These guys worked up and beyond. Could you stand, Vivian, please? And I forgot these two individuals that probably did most of the work. I mean, you guys all did an equal amount of work, and I don't want to raise one above the other, but I just want them all to be recognized, and if we could just please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, and please forgive me for forgetting, and I was just kind of, anyway, thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, so I think we can continue our local camp reports at our ANS meeting, or our lunch is ready. Rachel, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rachel Moreno, Camp Forsythia. I would like to ask for privilege of the floor to announce that I'm chair of the raffle and auction committee, and we decided to start our raffles during lunch. We'll meet over in the side room over here, decide what we're going to raffle first, but please be generous. We have some great things to raffle.
Okay, let's take a break for lunch. Brian?
I'm great.
my girl wants it. That's what I. Yeah, I think, but you know, it's something big. It's not, no, that's all. There's all that.
Presides the meetings, houses this agenda. Oh. I put at. Besides at meetings. The chair also poses the microphone. You want to talk about motions and projects?
Uncle, is that helping you? The blanket, is that helping you?
Yes.
Okay, because Uncle, it's already at 70, but don't you get much higher? You don't want to see me straight.
Yeah.
For Vicky. We have done them, but not right now, no. Okay.
I think.
That's very well.
Once we start,
Yeah. Okay, but we still need to keep doing good health, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, right now, the sisters are in the boiler room, so I don't have access to the printer, but once I do, I'm actually moving it out of there. And I'll know it's one of those, it's not from 40 sheets, so I can get out.
But time wise.
Oh, I'm sorry, please forgive me. We're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds before we're supposed to be back in session. Yes, at 1:30. Sarah Goodbelt's the last day is here. She's our keynote speaker. You're expected to as chief. Yes, okay. All right, anything else? Okay.
Right now, it's 1:20. Good.
You all that one of the things for the night.
All right. Okay, so you're not. You're gonna good. You're gonna get this. No, you're not gonna put that.
Oh, that's my favorite to look through. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's exciting.
And they can speak to us all. So that I was able to tell them.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Executive. And Marcy, she's.
Okay, all right. Or they just do it. Oh, yeah, right. Do you have 5 minutes background? And enthusiasm for it, because it could be a headache back and all, yeah. And pretty little bills and these, right, well, I'll support, and this is another appropriate person. He'd be happy to know that his funds are being taken care of. Hey, you play with dolls,
You're almost 300.
1,500. 325.
325.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Yep, I like it. Hey. Yeah, it was very much but then you visit center for a while. Yeah. She was gone. Yeah, I know her. Middleton, Indiana. It looks good. I'm doing a place. So that you can think of us and say. Let's see the time. That's the time and place they came. Yeah, I can handle it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. They know. I'm Friday now, so. Presence of form. Resolutions. They normally we have all.
That's my fault. I asked him if he extended it. I have so many resolutions coming forward from our discussions.
Well, actually, so, we need to continue this list. Minutes. I don't know that long. Marcelo. You missed it, but on, she's told me, okay. Hey, I always like to answer. I'm doing good, the housewives. Good. What happened was, you could, we have two pets, but all, we usually, you know, like, that's all. They were with the next year of animal. Yeah. Well, they were full. So we didn't have any way to take care of them. So we had to stay. Well, I didn't know that. I was just we I heard that. Stop doing this. Very narrow profile. Very home. Anyway, but I said, I'll try to remember. There's That's the problem we have now. Yeah, so. Yeah, there were calls, sorry, I just can't call on your payment. So. Anyway, but interesting. Presentation will talk. What happened? Yeah, we lost a lot of money. We don't get paid. Doctor was one. See how my heart surgery went last week. On Mondays, so I'll be kind of Mondays. That's one of the address for pretty much. 46 40. North Congress Highway? Yeah. Okay. This is where Marcelo to know how to get a hold of you. Oh, business. Oh, okay. There's you know, it's a group that wanting to low income housing bill. We tried to do that for us. And the funding they got is through salary low income open. Could be one, so very heard about this. In 3 years, we moved up to the top of the line. I can really like a lot, but I'm not very bad. We're going over. So, actually, the same people. It's a great place to love the highway going down. See, Pioneer Heights. Yeah. Maybe just that. So it's a perfect for something. Sometimes it, what we do fun there. Okay. It's actually 3 years ago. Yeah, I heard that. So very bad about that. It's been 7 years. When did that date for 6 days? This was that our 60 days. Thank you. Anyways, and all right. All these things over here, I'm pleased for coming up. Okay. Well, and I will try to see you when I get down there. Yeah. How many in your camp? We're just trying to build it back. But let's do it back. I'm going to go into our system. Be ready to go out. How do we do it? How do we build up our well? On the share them there. More in maybe that's great. And I see a cardiologist, European government, actually Monday morning, then after that, you know, out of the hospital. Yeah. No, she went back, it's around so she could do your work. Yeah. We don't have those. Wrangler, I'm here with, energy, so. But I said, oh, okay. One of the, I saw, one of the things that I've been saying for a long time, oh, God, because that's engineering themselves. In my young people, we have that money though, and that's probably off, 355. When I first got, 7 acres value. Right. Those angles, we couldn't get down. So 7 days convention. Yeah, but so that was we were going went up for a criminal mortgage. I said, look, they're not going to start straight away. Oh, that's right. He doesn't have even with the little guy. I don't know. Maybe if you listen to his voice, you might know who he is. So, one day, yeah, if he might know who you are. Hi, George. How you doing? Feeling better? That's it. I was worried that they had time to just. Well, next year they used to. It would, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sally having the time on this, make sure he's still alive. Yeah. Hey, all right. Take care of yourself. Hey, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you. All right, bro. All right, bro. Later. All right, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, good. See you tonight. Yeah. What are we, who's driving? I don't know. James, yeah. So there's a break. The snake. So I actually called the thing out, so they provide that. And now she's not down here. So she's saying, that's already. But I don't need anything. Will do. Because that was the first. How about I put it down here and we put it next to you? I didn't know. I got here. I'm sitting for the call. Jimmy's not here. All right, James. That's.
Oh, there. Okay, is everybody back? Adu. We are going to start this afternoon with listening or hearing from our new Alaska president, Sarah Dibdahl. So let's get everybody back in the room. Start in 1 minute.
Yeah, that's what Sarah.
No, I have to check some.
Put on the. Learn through the practice. And if it were you to each of them.
Yeah. So you just need to go. Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in the Nolan Hall and online. Those of you who are outside the hall, we're reconvening after our recess. And we have with us a very fine individual who is one of us, who has seen us come from little people to older people to wiser people. And we are so honored to have her represent the needs that we have as the CLS president. I'd like to introduce to you Miss Deborah. Actually, it's Miss Deborah. No.
Chief, good afternoon. ANB Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, ANB Executive Committee Dr. Dennis Denner, Eric Morrison, Joseph Williams Jr., Heather Gurko, Marcelo Quinto, William Martin, Brad Fletch, Dan Johnson Jr., and Willa Jackson. ANS Executive Committee, Cecilia Cavallero, Paulette Marino, Delphine Albee, Technology, Mary Guthrie, Kimberly Strong, Jackie Martin, Johanna Dibdahl, Janice Jackson, Frida Westman, ANB Grand President Sasha Sokolov, ANS Grand President Sandra Churchill, ANB Grand Officers Woodrow Watson, Tamsin, I'll get this right so I don't get fined, Al Zayut, Dan, in here. Practice that one. Chad Titel, ANS Grand Officers, Heather Powell, Virginia Oliver, Jessica Lanos Centron, Elias Chase, and Sasha Anderstrom. ANS Host Camp Wrangell 1 President Sandra Churchill and officers. ANB Wrangell Camp 4 President Sam Campus and officers. ANB ANS delegates, alternates, and guests. ANB ANS junior members. Sua ka kewa. It's good to see you all. Shinke krenach an shawatki uchad doasak. Glei ka krenach Sarah Jibdal uchad doasak. Yes na hatsati. Talk one AD aichat. Kakusi atan yadi aichat. Hinya kwan. My Shinket name is Anshawatki. My English name is Sarah Dibdal, formerly Demert. I am Raven of the Top 180 clan and Nespers, and I'm the child of the Kakusiatong and from Hinyaquan from Hawak. I am the daughter of Arthur, Mac, and Linda Demmer, the granddaughter of the late Arthur and Virginia Demmer. I'm having a lot of emotions that I didn't think I was gonna have, but my grandmother, Virginia, was a longtime sister of Camp 19 and Craig. And I see her today. I can feel her today. She was one of those grandmas and women among us that no matter, even at her age of being bound by wheelchair, she'd still go to camp. She might have been sleeping, but she was there. And one thing that we've always been taught is presence means everything. And so I know today that my grandma Virginia is with us as I sit here and I see Sister Millie. It's an honor to stand before you at the 113th Annual Grand Camp Convention of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. I want to begin by thanking you, not just for welcoming today, but for everything that you've done, generation after generation, to protect, uplift, and advance our people. I'd also like to honor I'm gonna also try Sha'at Kwan, the land of the people here that were gathered on, and their ancestors who continue to guide them. I don't think it's by coincidence the arrangement of the agenda that I have the honor of speaking before Dr. Dennis Demmer, Uncle Dennis, because those of us of the younger generation are here and able to do what we're doing because we stand on the shoulders that came before us. I was thinking about the theme and what I wanted to share, and of Hyundai Ejin, give me your hand. When I was a little girl, my auntie Cindy Gamble, she was speaking to me one time when I was kind of having a difficult time in life, made some decisions, became a young mother, was still in high school. And my auntie Cindy was talking to me, and she said, at points of your life, people are going to extend their hand to you. She said, it's your responsibility to grab that hand back. And she said, it's also your responsibility to know when not to, because there's going to be people in your life and there's going to be things in your life that you may not want to be involved in. But she said, but those hands are going to come, and you have to know that. And that there is a responsibility. So that teaching is just more about accepting help. It's about reciprocation, about responsibility, and about showing up for each other. It's not always easy to show up, but we have to, because our communities depend on it. And the ANB and ANS has always shown up, even when it's hard, unpopular, or dangerous. You aren't just a part of history. You've been the heartbeat of our movement for more than a century. The Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood has fought against discrimination, advocated for civil rights, created opportunities for women leaders long before others did, organized memorial services, community gatherings that strengthen our identity, have pushed for land rights, for justice, for dignity. But the work just didn't stop in the past. You continue to build and hold community today, just like you have day after day. As the new president of SEA Alaska, I know that leadership is about more than title and position. It's about answering the call when your community needs you. It's about grabbing the hand that has been extended. And it's about extending your own hand in return. We don't get to choose only the easy moments. We have to show up when it's hard, and that's where community is built. I've been thinking, as I've had the privilege of being in and among these spaces in our communities, and one of the things that I often have heard over my lifetime as a kid and now as an adult is we'll hear when we talk about our rights, now more than ever, we have to. It's critical to advocate for our people and communities. And the reality is, the time to advocate, protect, build up our communities has never ceased to be needed. Together, we continue to advocate to protect and advance our voting rights, landless recognition, subsistence protections, building up and guiding the next generation. And we know, however we can help the other, we must. That's reciprocation in action. That's Ande Ichin, grabbing the hand. It's a shared journey and it's not done. And it's not possible unless we each commit to showing up. ANB and ANS are just not organizations. You are guardians, protectors of our communities, and examples of perseverance. You remind us what real leadership looks like. It's not always loud or easy, but it's consistent, courageous, and deeply rooted in the love for our people. You remind me of my auntie, about extending the hand, always guiding, always showing up, always holding us accountable to our values. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge ANS Camp 9 Kawak and Camp 19 Craig, who raised me. Sisters like Mary Brown, Mary Guthrie, our dear Adeline de Castro. Adeline made my first prom dress. My grandmother, Virginia Demmer, Emma Woodmark, Sister Millie Schoonover. Earlier, I was listening to some of the conversations in the dialogue about how to engage our youth. And at one point, I was one of those youth. And I was thinking, what was it that the ANS and ANB did when I was a kid? And what was it that drew me into these spaces? And I remember our ANS, I remember the famous copycats. And all this. I was made to be a backup dancer. And it was going to the chapel. The community events hosted by ANB and ANS, the Christmas parties, the Easter egg hunts. These were all safe places for our families and kids just to be kids. And whether, as you deliberate on how to engage our youth, sometimes it's just creating those spaces. Because as they're being kids, they're watching you and they're observing you. It's not so much they have to be a part of every single meeting, but over the years, we underestimate how observant our kids are. They're picking up on protocol. They're picking up on the values by just being in the room with each of you. So if there's one thing that I can share just over is that, creating that space and hosting those events and just bringing our families and communities together. Because more, and now I'm going to go to what I said, is more now than ever. Humanity needs connection. Our kids need connection. They need safe spaces. They need to know that there's somewhere that they can go. And I see that in the ANB and ANS. Thank you for being that presence. Thank you for making room at the table. And thank you for never giving up, even when it's hard.
On behalf of Grand Camp, we would like to give Sarah with a talking feather, or it's a beaded feather, and it's in the sisterhood colors, so we hope that she will always take it with her, or she can use it as a wall hanging, but just to remember that we really appreciate her.
Cheers.
Okay, next up we have Mr. Dennis Demmert. He's going to do some a workshop on Robert's rules and some other information that we need. So next, Dennis Demmert, please.
Before I start, I need to mention that I've lost most of my eyesight. And by the way, the night before I was due here, my computer crashed and I lost a lot of my material. And I'll be reading from what I call scraps in charge from my computer crash. And in a while, there'll be some pieces of that distributed among you so you can follow. I'll leave you for those parts. But I wanted to put in writing some of the kinds of things that I think we need to remember in the Indian ANS Grand Camp. And I can see a lot of change coming. I'm a member of Camp 14, and last January, we had a meeting to discuss preparation for this grand camp. And Grand President Shasta Sullivan joined us in the meeting. And one of the things that we talked about was the fact that we seem to be losing camps and numbers. And we're slowing down as an organization. There was a time when we were very, very strong. Our ancestors had a very strong organization, highly respected. I happened to be around in some of those early days. And over time, we've been losing. And the thing that we suggested for this is revitalizing the ANB and the ANS. And that was what we talked about. And looked at the plan. And those words alone don't tell the whole story, but they do imply that somewhere we've lost vitality. And the question we need to think about is, where did we lose vitality? How did we lose vitality? And do we need to get it back? To answer the last question first, our people still have needs. Our ancestors did a great job. I want to give just a little bit of historical background. The ANB organized in 1912, but more important than that, when the US took over Alaska, it denied Native people citizenship. We were the first people here, but we were denied American citizenship. We were denied all the constitutional rights. We were denied the right to vote. We were discriminated against, and we had a real difficult time. ANB organized in 1912, ANS in 1916 to seek rights. There's a long, great story that everyone here should learn in their time, and there should be time made earlier to let all of you know more of that. I happen to have spent 20 years as director of Native Studies at University of Alaska Fairbanks, and these are some of the kinds of things I have to do. So they're in my background, but we don't have time. But we have a great history, and it's being lost partly because it does belong in the schools and curriculum. We have had equality, but you know, if you're going to read the books now, it's probably still the same American heroes that I was reading about. Paul Revere, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, all those people that go into the end. And when I was reading history in school, our heroes were kind of blocked progress, according to the books. We have to change them. But to give you a little background, that was what we have. But once our ancestors won those rights, and they really did a lot. It's a great story. And those of us following have kind of having rights isn't important anymore because we already have it. The younger people don't know that our ancestors had to win them. And all of that is being lost. And that is why the ANB and the ANS are losing. And I've heard today several times reference to the young. How do we get them involved and interested? Our ancestors won those rights, but one of the reasons that we need to continue is that Native people still have needs. I've mentioned them several times in meetings, but we've not really gone around to them. How much have we discussed the needs that we know are there? And we need to study the Native community and understand where the needs are. Let's take a look at education briefly. If you take a look at the statistics, I'll talk about the Ketchikan School District, for example, where I live. If you look at the statistics there, Native people, Native students have the highest dropout rate, and they have the lowest graduation rate, and have other problems, and they're just not moving into good jobs. Many of them that graduate from high school, that's all they get. And high school does not buy a good job. They've got to have either college or training. And our organization, See Alaska, Anthony, what was that last name? Anthony, Anthony Malott, when he was there, reported that we had a $30 million scholarship program. We can afford to send even more of our students to school, but it's going to take parents and organizations like ourselves to inform those that are not doing it. That's one of the things I want to do is promote education for our people. I'm giving you a lot of background, and one of the things, and by the way, in discussions about what we should have when we're talking in Ketchikan, we talked about the kinds of things that we need, and we talked about these needs. But one area of high interest was Robert's Rules of Order. And I think there came the realization that we were losing, that we need some way to get organized and to do a better job. And that was consistently a high interest. And by the way, my own background in Robert's Rules of Order is that I was fortunate to be, my first convention was 61, and we had great parliamentarians around at that time. Andrew Hope, John Hope, Frank Johnson, and Roy Bradovich. We had a lot of good parliamentarians, and I learned a lot from them and studied, and eventually became a teacher myself. I taught parliamentary procedure at the University of Alaska. And there's a lot of interest in that, you know, and when I first put that on in the curriculum, at the University of Alaska, you know, 12 students are required to hold a course. And teachers like 20, and some put a cap on at 30. And I didn't know how interested people were in Robert's rules, but it went into the curriculum. And when I walked into the first class, there were 80 students that signed up. And year after year, there's that kind of interest. And what I'll say is, where's my motion? This is a copy of Robert's Rules of Order. This copy has binding. If you try to read it and study, when you open it to a page, you try to work with it, you gotta hold it open with one hand and write with the other. But with this binding here, it lies flat open. Robert's Rules provides a lot of good directions for holding good meetings. The problem is that the rules are scattered over 700 pages. You'll find something about how to run a meeting on various pages all over there. And what I've been trying to do and had written partly that I don't have here is pulling together from various parts of Robert's Rules of Order those that help to hold a good meeting. And at this point, I need to see the notes there. Let's see. What was this one?
It's important to define Grand Camp responsibilities.
One of the things that we must do if we're going to have a meeting is, I have a note here that we need to understand Grand Camp responsibilities when we have annual meetings like this. What we need to understand is the Grand Camp's responsibilities and the local camps. What happens every year is we have to rely on the memory of the people responsible each year. And many of those that are responsible are gaining that responsibility for the first time. And they don't always understand who is responsible for what. And one thing that's happened over time is that the Grand Camp has imposed more responsibility than it should on the local camps. And my parents were in Craig when they had their Grand Camp. 2 years later, they were in Ketchikan and they had theirs again. And my father pointed out that putting on a Grand Camp is very exhausting and having to do that. And there are things that what we need is a document of some kind of responsibilities of the local camp and the Grand Camp. From my many years of experience, I have a pretty good idea what they should each be. But what we don't have is written procedures for what we should do. And we need that for many of the things that we have. That's kind of an extension of Robert's Rules of Orders. Now I need to see the one on the Robert's Rules of Order. What does that say?
Six sessions to discuss revitalization. Update the mission statement, plan ahead. Clean up your acts.
In the notes that I made, one of the first things that I'm suggesting is that in the ANB and ANS, we need to clean up our act. We've lost track of how to hold meetings according to the rules. The rules can help you out. One of the documents that I would like to have had with me, but don't. I've had part of it, and part of it's gone now, but is some of the rules on just documenting everything, every procedure that we have. And another question is, what kinds of things should we be doing? We have a lot of talk sessions now, but what should we be doing? What activities should we be doing? That's something that we need to get at. And very briefly, what we have in my notes here is that we have, if you take a look at the history of the ANB and ANS, they sponsored projects and activities. They had to raise the money in the old days. We don't have to anymore the same way, but if we're interested in the well-being of our people, what kinds of projects and activities should we take on? That's a question we each need to think about. And as an example of some of the needs, I mentioned education. Another need that we have is in the Native community, there's a lot of poverty. There are good jobs out there. Our people are not getting them. An organization like the ANB, and ANS need to work with the Central Council, which is doing a good job, by the way, and Sea Alaska Heritage Institute. There are ways that we can use those to increase the well-being of our people, the financial well-being. That's one of the kinds of things that we need to do. And on the other side, another thing that we need to think about is the social problems that our Native people have. Probably everyone in this room, or most people in this room, as I have in our families, people with problems not caused by their own character, but problems caused by the system that we live in. European Americans brought us alcohol and drugs, and our people took to them too much. There's something attractive about. Is it still on?
Try to get that.
Alcohol has its appeal. Okay.
Getting new batteries and microphone.
Can you hear if I talk louder?
If you got the batteries.
Okay.
One moment, please. Part that cut out is when you said there's something attractive.
Yeah.
So the crowd didn't hear that part.
I think, can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
I started to say some of those problems have been introduced from European Americans. Alcoholic beverages have an appeal. They make you feel good if you don't know the downside of them. And the same with drugs. And that's the way it is with most users. The first time that they use, there's that feel-good feeling, but not realizing that they can get hooked on it. And so we have many of our people with that problem. And there are new cures now, but many of them don't know that, don't know the cures that are available. And they need somebody to direct them. And our organizations should help getting our people directed to alleviating the problems that they have. And as I mentioned this, there's one thing that I think about is doing some writing for the public with little comments. And one of them that I think about is we had a linguist at the university in Fairbanks that wrote a book. He helped raise his daughter when she was 1 year old. His wife was going to school and he was a home father and wrote a book on conversations with a 1 year old. And a point that he made is that children, younger than you realize, children are learning from the time they're born. And then they're going out into meeting other students later on. And what many people don't realize is how early little kids are subjected to drugs, very young ages. And what I think about that parents need to understand is you must tell your children, you must teach your children about these problems. If you don't teach them that, their peers will teach them another lesson that you won't like. And that's trying those drugs gives you a good feeling. And the little kids will learn that and get into it. And there are little kids that become addicts even in their early teens. And we need to make an issue for ourselves, overcoming those problems that our people have. And we have to spend time in meetings like this, learning from experts and talking with each other about the projects and activities that we will carry on. And one of the things that we discussed after during the meeting January and later was some of the kinds of activities that we could take on. And can you find that in here? There's a list of activities. Yeah, the kinds of activities. Think about the kinds of activities we can take on. You can take a look at the history of our organization, what kind of things have they done. And a lot of the activities we take on have different purposes. One of them is to address these problems, and other things that we should take on are just social gatherings. Getting together like this, we get closer together with some of our social gatherings. And but some of the things that we have listed, for example, what we did was develop a form, and we hope to have it ready well, we're planning on having it ready for the next meeting, but a form that gives each camp a choice of a variety of things, and the list we hope will inspire them for other things. There's a list here that has
Is it about the standing rules?
No, it starts with it starts with the June 1st. The list that started with June 1st.
Don't see it here.
What we've developed is a calendar for a year. June 1st, the fiscal year begins, and then take a month off, but in August, start planning, having an annual meeting in October, and having some of these social gatherings as well. And some of the other activities that we have are in our calendar are a Halloween party for the kids. That's something that we've had for many years, and we've had great success for that. It's been a good thing. And a Christmas party for the kids. And another suggested idea is in late March or early April, a fishing feed for members and friends. You know, eating fish eggs is a social activity that's very much a part of our world. And the idea is to get things together that we enjoy. In the past, another thing that we had was social evening gatherings, game nights. I think those kind of things may not work anymore, but what kinds of social gatherings can we have just to get together? There are things we can do, but also we've got to learn how to do these other projects that I've mentioned. And there are two parts of planning that we need to learn how to do, and we'll have something available for us before the next meeting. The first part is identifying the range of activities, projects and activities we can do. The second part is what do we have to take into account? What are the steps that are needed to have a Christmas party, for example? And we have a list that I don't have in front of me of what do you have to do to have a Christmas party? Well, you have to have a place for it. And by the way, first thing, you need a committee. How many? And then you need other workers besides. What kind of workers do you need? What kind of work needs to be done to host a Christmas party? What do you do at a Christmas party? Well, among other things, you give the kids gifts. We do that every year. We have a gift for them. Who selects the gifts? Well, you have a parent committee that does that. They know how to do that, what to do. But I'm asking questions of the type that for every project that you do, there are certain kinds of questions you just ask, in this case, that case, or that case. Who's in charge of the committee? What kind of work? Who's needed there? What kind of facility do we need? And as we plan for next convention, we're thinking about that in Ketchikan. I'm spending a lot of time, and I'm hoping that some of these ideas stick with you as you're listening, but we need to learn planning ahead. And that's what we should be doing in our meetings. And what I'm doing is trying to give you ideas of starting points for planning. Starting points for thinking ahead. What are we going to do in November, December, and so forth? And something new added to our list in our discussions, we haven't done this before, was a Valentine's Day party, or a Valentine's Day dinner, I mean. But getting ideas of how to get together socially. And another idea that we've discussed that is really towards helping other people is there's a project that we're thinking about for homeless. We can't do in Ketchikan, the last I knew there were, last report from the person in the local government that deals with that said there are 100 people are homeless. Most of them were native. And what do we do about things like that? We need to ask ourselves that, and we need answers. And the answers have to come from us. So we have to discuss those things and come up with that. And to give you an example here now, our current president is not Alaska Native, it's from the lower 48. But he had an idea that we should have a community garden, and he bought a property with his own money personally. It was property where he would like to have the community have a garden, but it also has an unused, very large home, and it's workable. But an idea there is to talk with Alaska Heritage Institute or Clinton, for example, and say, we would like to talk with some of these homeless people. And by the way, we sponsor some dinners for homeless people. And if we can ask them, are there any of you that are interested in working, if you had a place to stay and pay for your way in there, if you had a job. Well, how many of you are willing to work? And some are, some may not be, but I think a lot of them are, but they just can't get to work. But if some of them are, and we make part of it a low-income place for them to stay, then it becomes feasible to take jobs. And then what we would ask, what we're going to ask Alaska Heritage Institute is, or Lincoln is, would you be willing to give these people scholarships? If we make a condition of their living there that they have to study to get better jobs, and if they agree to that, we need to have one of our organizations making jobs or making study and training programs or higher education available to them. I don't know that I'm explaining this well, but the idea is, let's think about ways to do that which we just haven't been talking about. What kind of projects and activities can we do to help Native people? I haven't touched on Robert's rules much, but just a little bit in that regard is that we'd like to identify the responsibilities of each of the officers. We're in the process of doing that as well, but and I'd like to get into that, but right now I think I need to end at this point and urge all of us to think about what kind of projects shall we take on, and are we ready to commit ourselves to work? What it implies, if we're going to make a difference, is we have to work. Our elders they did a great job, but there are those new needs, a few of which I have referenced. But do we want this to become, when we say revive the organization, do we want vitality in the ANB and ANS? Do we want to recover the vitality? We're moving along very slowly now, but if we're going to do it, we have to decide, and that decision has to be made mainly with people in this room. The people in this room are the leaders of the ANB and ANS. Are we going to think about those things? Thank you very much.
So on behalf of Grand Camp, we have a beautiful feather and brotherhood colors for Dennis Emmett.
Yes. This will go with the one that I found. There you go.
So earlier you might have heard a crash, and our brother Tamsin was trying to unjam the copier, and the table that it was on collapsed onto her foot. And so the ambulance is taking her to the hospital. And we'd like to have a few minutes of silence, or not silence, let's do a little prayer.
We do all right and join in this humble prayer for help. O gracious and heavenly and loving Father, we would ask that you would be with Tamsin as she is being escorted to have her injury tended to by physicians who can heal. For we know the spiritual physician, our Heavenly Father, can heal our spirit. We here gathered in Nolan Hall and online sent our prayers that they would be with Tamsin to encourage and sustain her, and all the doctors and nurses who are going to be with her for knowing we will see her very shortly afterward. Ask her in this moment to uphold her almighty. We ask this in your name. Christ Jesus. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Demer. Appreciate all the things. We'll stand in recess for 10 minutes.
See if I can put it up.
Myself personally too, because and that's where you look at so that's short instruction.
Right here. Oh, so yeah. Yeah, they have one price and that is yeah. It's a started getting overdraft how much well. So we use the next one to say what we're doing for the charity function. What about the Hudson Bay? Don't put it on there. Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing?
Can I still bring some for the auction?
Of course you can.
So what I got is, three back in the fact, shop like that, bone, make up a package and smoke food.
Yes, you.
I have hooligans I'm bringing for the dinner too.
Okay. Oh, yum, yum.
I
Okay.
smoked up 4 gallons.
Okay. Very cool. Thank you.
Before we do the dinner stuff.
Okay. Okay.
I had to donate something, I kept thinking, what all?
I see.
And then, up to back, ready. We like lay up on top.
Sister Karen? Okay, that sounds great.
That's a great report. Yeah.
You have access on the shared drive. Join where all the presentation is. If you did, yeah.
Yeah, it was like, what? That's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. We're gonna run over to right over there. And the executive.
So we're having problems with our tracking, and I think we need to add this. Okay, yeah, okay.
I did.
Right now. Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. ANS Grand President Churchill has asked me to announce that if further Executive Member Joe Williams can stand by for his rural cat report, and then our Grand Presidents will call us back to order in 5 minutes. Thank you. Brother Joe, Sarah's sister to bring Brother Joe up here, one of our Grand Sergeants.
We don't have.
If not, it's okay. Thank you.
We don't have to report that.
Your cat reports.
Oh, yeah. Joe, who would have sent out her? Who would have sent it to her?
It would have been directly from,
Chloe or Saturday? The board assistant?
would have been Chloe.
Chloe, okay, I'll see if I can find it. We have to get it over to East State meeting. I think it's sorted to be, and then I can send it to them, or do you have a way to get it? I only have, oh, you can 30, okay, that's good. Sorry, listen. Yeah, you can afford that. Great, thank you. Yep, I just got it.
See that's about that. But
Last time they saw the ability to see.
That's still very old. Small double check. I'll wait for us.
Fight case, OCS and. Yo, they're ready. When they're ready. Are they ready? They're. Get this hooked up to the return, then the roll count. Whatever Joe's gonna be carried. I can get it out. How's it going? Well, that's what we're headed to.
Yeah, right. But in the meantime, I'd like to give them a thank you for it, so.
I think you were saying that I'm starting to for that.
Well, 305.
Thank you. Wherever you're dead. Next couple of minutes.
Good afternoon, Grand Camp. Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Alaska Brotherhood. Grand President Emeritus Millie Springboard, Alaska Native Sisterhood. ANB Grand President Walter Sobolov, excuse me, and ANS Grand President Churchill, Grand Officers, Alaska Native Brotherhood, Grand Officers, Alaska Native Sisterhood, honorable delegates of each community represented here this afternoon, and guests. I thank you all for being here this afternoon. My name is Joe Williams. My real name is Kakish Hakasau. I am the chairman of the board for Rural Cap. I reside in Saxman, and I became a board member through the appointment of Sasha Sobolov several years ago. I came on the board, and through several things that occurred on the board, I was then selected to be the chairman of the board, and have since been about 3 years, I believe, and appointed to the Alaska Native Brotherhood representative was David Paul Johnson. Paul Johnson was followed by Dr. Kevin Hall, and Alaska Native Sisterhood Paulette Marino has been the representative for Alaska Native Sisterhood. For years, the representatives of the Alaskan Native Brotherhood and Alaskan Native Sisterhood was only to be the Alaskan Native Brotherhood. When I read the Constitution, the bylaws of the Rural Cap, it also included Alaskan Native Sisterhood. So as chairman, I insisted that we have a representative from the sisterhood. Thus, Paulette Marino was appointed. We have 24 board members that represent the entire state of Alaska, from rural communities of Alaska. Some places it's very difficult to get into from their village to Anchorage. But it's a great working relationship to this day. I would like to address Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President, and I want to say thank you very much for reappointing Paulette Marino to our board, because there was consistency there. And I, as chairman of the board for Rural Cap, would like that consistency to continue well beyond today. Rural Cap is kind of like the Alaskan Native Brotherhood, but it's statewide, and we do have the ability to fly our board members in. Sounds simple, but generally, weather permitting, that it takes somewhat of a challenge. And one of the things that we have accomplished this past year is a continued operation of the housing. The housing committee was truly formed by Mr. Marvin Adams, who is from Yakutat, presently residing in Anchorage, and also with the facility of that committee, Jackie Pella, who is with Clinton High Regional Housing Authority, to help solidify that committee. So now we are now working with the housing in the rural communities of Alaska. I have requested staff members of our Rural Cap community to do a presentation on just exactly where we're going from here. That is in front of us, and what's in front of us is the present administration cutting funds. So our staff members, the executive committee will, or I should say, executive staff will address that with you this afternoon. So if you queue up that recording, I'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I'm Teal Smith, Rural Cap's CEO.
And I'm Elizabeth Milliken, Rural Cap's Chief Program Officer.
We're happy to be with you today talking about Rural Cap's mission, but also its future, and more importantly, showing up with Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. Today, I'll talk a little bit about the partnerships, funders, and strategic mission of Rural Cap, and Elizabeth will talk about
the continuity of program services across our state.
So that will be our report, and always, as we share this video, thank you, Joe and Paulette and others, for inviting us to do this with ANB and ANS, but more importantly, you can follow up afterwards for more detail. Today, what I want to share is that Rural Cap is continuing to deliver services each day, and we have ever since the administration changed over in January, and we will continue to lean into our mission and services tomorrow. Elizabeth will talk about the minimal funding impacts to date. I just finished a Rural Energy Enterprises board meeting yesterday, and their business continues. And while it is not growing at the rate that it used to in the last 10 years, it still is. We will receive a dividend back to Rural Cap, and not so much Rural Cap, but the mission and services. Really critical dollars today. We're grateful for that, especially during this government shutdown time. And more importantly, we're able to continue to show up with our staff and our leaders. We want to make sure that we check in with them each day, especially during the shutdown time, to see each other as community members, as leaders in the service arena, but also quiet deliverers in partnerships around the community. So happy to do that today, and I'll hand it to Elizabeth to talk about program, and then I'll circle back with some closing comments.
Thank you, Teal. Rural CAP absolutely recognizes the historic nature of Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, and in complement to Rural CAP's history and legacy across the state, and is grateful for the opportunities to be able to share reports and to also understand overlap in community priorities historically and into the future. As Teal noted, certainly our agency is continuing to monitor and understand the changes in community need and also community priorities and federal priorities relative to current times and also the current government shutdown. That being said, Rural CAP has had 60 years of service in the state of Alaska and has historically, in collaboration with communities, work to understand changes in community need relative to changes in resources. And this presents a new opportunity for us to continue in connecting with communities statewide to understand where pressing needs are and to continue partnering in new and innovative ways. Of course, much of that work is in collaboration with federal, state, and other local partners, funders, stakeholders, community members, and we continue to engage in real time to understand impacts relative to the government shutdown, but also just relative to what's happening in our community, state, and nationally. So Rural CAP maintains our commitment to continuing to show up and partner. We have absolutely been tracking changes in resources and funding. We ourselves have received notice of impact to historic funding sources like our Community Service Block Grant, which is the foundation and mission of our organization as a community action program. But in all ways and spaces, continue to understand how to pivot operations and services to maintain continuity and service delivery across our state. Currently to date, while we are tracking and understanding current and potential impacts to our funding sources, there is no change in our services statewide as a result of any of those changing resources. And certainly continue to show up in partnership and conversation about how we can continue serving our state collaboratively.
You know, we so much appreciate the leadership of our current Rural CAP board, made up of a number of members of the Native Sisterhood and the Native Brotherhood. Grateful for their love and leadership in this adjacent mission service area, and thank them, each one, and especially today our chairman Joe Williams, you know, for leading with us and the Native Brotherhood also at the same time. You know, I think it's important to highlight now that we don't have a lot of strategic mission to report on because the board gave us a mitigation plan to execute on right now. And as Elizabeth highlighted, we're in real time receiving, you know, updates on what we can and can't do in the weeks and months and potentially years ahead. That said, our community is showing up, our partners are showing up. We will continue. We have work to do tomorrow for the next months and years ahead. We will keep doing that and relying on the Native Sisterhood, Brotherhood, but also other organizations like the regional Native corporations, the village corporations, the tribes that have now become a focus area from our administration for ongoing business and policy change. This is not lost on us, so we don't just deliver on the business of the day. We track what's important to Alaska, to our partnerships, to funders. And so we're happy to report that today. More importantly, that we can show up with you all and share this good report, and also that we're going to keep up the good fight. So thank you for that today.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Madam President, that concludes the World Cup report. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
We would like to hear from the roundtable convention or summit that was held in June the other day. If somebody would like to come forward and report.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Brother Marcelo? Maybe Marcelo too. Oh.
Earlier this week, Sean Craig was Heather Greco, Executive Committee member of the ANB. Earlier this week, we, as 5 past presidents of the ANB and the ANS, participated in the first ever Southeast Alaska Native Leadership Roundtable that was hosted by Sea Alaska and by Tlingit and Haida. At this roundtable, all of the leaders of the tribes and communities and also the corporation, Sea Alaska, came together and discussed topics that are near and dear to not only our communities, but all of our people. So we were elected to go, or chosen to go by the joint ANB and ANS Executive Committee meeting that had happened a week previously. And when we were there, we witnessed with our hearts and with our ears what's truly happening in our communities. We were there to also bring back calls to action and to be a part of these active solutions of this coalition building that we need to do in these times that we're facing. So, I apologize. Past President Paulette Marino, who was also wears the hat of a Vice President of Tlingit and Haida, was there wearing multiple hats. Sister Cecilia, our ANS, what's your name? I thought you were a good officer in that too, I'm sorry. Okay, ANS executive was there wearing hats as well as her hat that she advocates with the landless communities. We had Brother Joe Williams, who is our ANB executive as well, who was there wearing the hat of not only the ANB, but of Rural Cap as well. We also representing another organization.
Organized Village of Saxon.
The Organized Village of Saxon. And we had ANB Executive Committeeman Marcelo Quinto there representing the ANB Executive Committee, and then myself as well representing the ANB Executive Committee. One of the things we heard many times through our days together was this is the first time this kind of conversation had happened in 30 years. And this conversation was so deeply impactful that there's a movement to continue to grow it on a regular basis. That information is coming here soon about what that's going to look like. There were some conversations about building an accord and a commitment to each other to be a part of this continual action. who's gonna host it, who's gonna pay for it, all of those discussions are continuing to happen. Many of the items you'll hear about are those things that are happening not far. It's in your homes, it's in your communities, it's in your families. And so this is exactly why we're here, 113 years later as the ANB and as the ANS, to do this kind of work. And we've been talking for years about what is our current pathway? Where are we going? So we've heard our youth, our younger generations, lifting them up. But also we need to have action. We need to be in the communities doing the work. And so I'm gonna step aside and let some of our other executive committee members share a little bit about what they heard with their ears, but what they also heard with their hearts. So gonna Chief.
Thank you, ANB Executive Heather Gurko. It was an honor to attend not only the Southeast Roundtable, but also the Tribal Leaders Symposium that happened the day before the roundtable. And even previous to that, a few days before that in Sitka, was the Southeast Alaska by the Numbers 2025, which is an economic conference that highlighted all of our different communities, the increase in our population and the decrease, some of the challenges and the struggles from an economic perspective. This was a really interesting conversation in how they analyzed our different Native Alaskan communities. One of the highlights from that particular conference was a workshop that was provided, and I'd like to share this with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, that in 2025, a long-term transportation plan will be taking place. Right now, they're asking that we come forward and our tribes and our communities have a say in the long-term transportation plan. One of the most important things that several of us brought up in Sitka was our Alaska Marine Highway System and the lack of services. It was an economic development conference, so they were focused on economics. One of the things that we brought forward at that time was in regards to, there were no cultural presentations and slides on how this affects our people culturally. So that was something that we brought to the table, but we are encouraging everybody who's able to participate in that plan. The following 2 days, I would like to thank Dutch County Indian Association for having a Tribal Leaders Summit where we came together to discuss many different things. There were 15 out of 18 of the Southeast tribes in attendance. And then as Executive Member Gurko said, there was a Southeast Alaska Native Leaders Roundtable. Some of the highlights from that roundtable were the opportunity to come together and to collaborate in a good way, something that we're looking forward to continue to build those relationships. A few of the highlights that came out of that summit were not only the opportunity for Alaska Native tribes, corporations, and nonprofits to come together, but also an emphasis on murdering and missing Indigenous peoples, the reauthorization of the VAWA Act, extraction in our communities, standing our ground that even though there are many that are coming forward courting Alaska and courting our Southeast communities, such as mining companies and extraction companies, that we stand our ground, that we make sure that our communities are safe. There was a discussion about that. There was also, for a few more quick highlights, there was also a very good discussion about transboundary mining. I know a lot of the communities in Southeast Alaska are very concerned about how the British Columbia mines are affecting our communities in the Stikine, the Tongass, and the Umak and other areas. So that is something that we also brought forward and had a really good discussion on. There is also, as I mentioned, the transportation plan, but I'd like to leave with this final statement and then let our brothers also share their thoughts. And that is that limited entry was brought forward, that over 30% of the fishing vehicles in Alaska, the boats are Alaska Native owned. We need to make sure that we have those permits that are possible. There was a discussion about green crab invading the shores and about even tuna in Sitka that is showing up for the first time. That may affect our herring and may affect our salmon. Those are some of the of the quick highlights, and I'll let our brothers go on from there. So it was a really good opportunity to come together. It was also a courageous conversation about setting aside some of our differences and coming together, because we have everything at stake right now as a people. And it's more important than ever that we work together, we allow respectful space for each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Paulette. Cecilia Tablero, ANS Executive Committee Member and also President of Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation. I've always come out and strongly told people how I feel. ANB and ANS started the land claims. ANB and ANS needs to finish it. It needs to get done. I don't know. We did give a short presentation at this leadership roundtable. To me, it was a very worthwhile gathering of people. Things that are challenging our people, not only the sea otters eating all our food along the shore, but also the green crab. It's already come up to Ketchikan. They're marching north and they're trying to figure out ways to stop it. It's very invasive species. It's originally from Europe. And so I look forward to attending more meetings in the future. I think everyone in this room, you're involved with ANB and ANS, you need to be paying attention to what's going on and also offer your ideas, because every idea is a good idea to help solve these difficult things that we're facing. Food security is important to us. So, Chief, thank you for the few words I have.
So I'm Marcelo Quinto, and I was representing Grand Camp ANB this meeting. I think the really key thing, there were an awful lot of ideas that came through, but I believe that the thing that really was special is that it was an opportunity for many of the leaders to provide ideas and directions to where we can be going. I felt the biggest thing that we have right now is that the past years, that when the Alaska Native Brotherhood was very young, started because of all the things that were happening against them, housing, medical, and all the rest of them. And I felt that we have gone full circle, because those same problems that they started the ANB and ANS with 40 years ago are coming back to us because of the present people in Washington, D.C. I feel like we need to make sure that our people are well aware of, what is going on and how do we fight this situation, because it is going to be a real problem in education, health, and certainly for all the people that are asking for grants for projects that they have going, and so I think that making that all aware so that we can bring that out to the rest of our Native people in the state of Alaska, that we need to make sure that we understand who we're voting for and what they vote for, what they support, because it's necessary. We have been hoodwinked many, many times over the years, and we need to make sure that we're aware of where we're headed. Thank you. My name is Joe Williams. I represent Saxon. I do want you to know that Marcelo volunteered to go to this meeting. Marcelo was the first to speak about the Alaska Native Brotherhood. With that first speaking encouraged me to speak. And so I just want you folks to know that Marcelo is not afraid to support the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. When we talk about the Brotherhood, Sisterhood was the grandparent to Sea Alaska, was the mom and dad of Country to Haida. That was well received. And when we talked about having our our security, thinking in terms of our fishing. I remember when the fishing limit was instituted, the intent of that institution was to limit the number of fishermen that are coming in outside of Alaska. And my statement at the time was, in Saxman, I remember growing up, we had 9 commercial fishing boats in our community. During the summer months, there was no men in the village because they were out fishing. Today, we don't have any commercial fishing boats. Because the permitting to go fishing has become too expensive. And the discussion about the landless, I said this as Grand President to Alaska Native, or to the Clinton Island Central Council Convention years ago, is that, and I'm saying this to you today as I did then, as I did at this previous meeting, I encourage each and every one of you to write a letter to your senator, both of them, and also to your congressman, saying that the time has passed for our villages who have been left out of this Land Claim Settlement Act. Time has passed. We need to get that happening. When you think in terms of that, we just kind of sit back and let it happen. When you think in terms of that, you take 5 village corporations here in Southeast Alaska and see how much they invested in their community and how much they have strived for their community. That's what those 5 villages are missing out on. And we, because we have ours, are sitting back and letting it happen, them to be without land. So my encouragement today is that, write that letter today. Then we talked about the funding that's happening today with our present administration. My encouragement to the group at that time, and still is today, and that came from the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood training, and that is, when we have a meeting, all the debate that goes on at the meeting, not fighting, all the debate that goes on in the meeting remains in the meeting. Yes, we're losing our funding because we're sitting back and allowing it to happen. And I encourage, and still encourage, I'm very happy to see our president of Sea Alaska still here, because I'm saying it once again for her ears, and that is, we need to invite the President of the United States to sit down at our table and meet with us face to face, so that we can take them to what effects that has happened to our communities. The decision that he made at the White House desk that didn't affect him at all. Thousands of people it's affected. So we need to write that letter. And I encourage you individually to write that letter, inviting him to our next ANB convention that will be held soon in October next year. I was told that I had 15 seconds to speak. I just took 3 of those 15 seconds. I want to say to each and every one of you, I am very proud of your presence. I am very proud of your presence. You are the future of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. And for those of you who are under 50, you are truly the future of our organization. And to our present administration, your Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, I think it's time that we give up our positions to elect new, young Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. We need to give them that opportunity that we are enjoying today, and that is to make mistakes, so that they can correct them. I encourage you, for those of you who are here for the first time, for those of you who have been numbers of times, I encourage you to run for an office. I presently am not interested in the Alaska Native Brother Grand President because I've already been. Now it's your turn. That's all I have.
I was very proud to be there with 4 other past presidents, and as Brother Joe stated, we encourage you to step into leadership, be a part of this with us. We will be presenting a resolution as well. You'll see that in your packet when you receive it, asking us to make sure we have a seat at this table every year or every meeting and report back to not only the executive committee, but to all of the camps as to what's happening in these leadership meetings so that we can also hear from you and have feedback to bring back to them when we meet again. So that resolution will be coming as well. One other note is that the ANB and ANS didn't put any money towards us going there specifically. We were either in Juneau already, or we were there on our own dime, or just happened to be there for whatever reason, which I was there for a reason. But we made that very clear when we accepted this as our volunteer choice that we would not at this time have any money from the ANB or ANS for us to go there. The resolution does have a monetary value attached, which you'll consider, and we'll see if that's going to be part of our marching orders for the next year. So I'm going to change.
How are we doing on resolutions?
The big process.
Okay, they're printing, so we have.
So they're still working on the resolutions, do you move that we can regular meeting organizing, creating this? So Madam Chair, if we can hold off on the resolutions, since we have either one of our secretaries in. It's taking a team of villages.
Yes,
to do this.
I really appreciate all of you stepping in and pulling together so we can get resolutions done. Heather, would you like to start nominations? So we're looking at nominations for Grand Camp and the next convention.
Yeah, we are tomorrow, Ross. I again start here. All this. Hey.
Yeah.
Before we begin, I want to clarify the rules for today's election. Under Robert's Rules of Order, elections are conducted one office at a time, in the order our bylaws specify. Each office is open for nominations and then a vote is taken. Our elections will be held tomorrow though, so we will recess. We'll pause our voting or nominations until tomorrow. Robert's rules does not automatically provide for what is sometimes called a roll-down election, where a candidate not elected to one office is automatically considered for the next, also known as a cascade roll-down. However, Robert's rules also allows each assembly to decide its own special rules for election. If this body wishes to use a roll-down process today, you may make that choice now by a motion and a vote before we begin. That way we are all clear and consistent and in alignment with both our bylaws and Robert's rules. What is the wish of the body?
I move we allow for roll down elections.
Thank you. You've heard the motion that we move to have roll down election options. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, I apologize, that was Executive Eric Morrison, second by Executive Woman Paulette Marino. Discussion?
Question.
The question has been called. All of those in favor of a roll down vote option for the election of the 2025 Grand Camp Convention, please say aye.
Yeah.
And anybody opposed, please say no.
Unanimous.
Motion carries. It has passed unanimously. So as we move forward, we will start with the ANB and we will start with the Grand President Office, and then we will move to ANS. And then we'll go alternately back and forth as we fill the ballot. So at this time, the nominations for the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp President are now open.
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Executive Committeeman Dennis Demmer.
Woodrow Watson.
There has been a nomination for Woodrow Watson for ANB Grand President. Do you accept the nomination? It has been accepted. We have one nomination for Grand President of the ANB for Woodrow Watson. I do see there is another hand also online. If ACP could also notify me if there are any hands I can't see. Please state your name and camp and who you are nominating.
Sam Giapis, camp number 4. I'd like to nominate Peter Gross from camp 1, Sitka.
Thank you. There has been a nomination by Sam Campus in camp 1 for Peter Karras. Is Peter in the room? Peter, would you accept that nomination?
Yes, thank you.
The nomination has been accepted. We have 2 for Grand President of the ANB. I recognize Brother Harriet Belil.
I would like to nominate Sasha Zoboloff for Grand President.
Thank you. I hear that there's been a nomination for Brother Sasha Zoboloff. Brother Zoboloff, do you accept that nomination? It has been accepted, so we now have 3 candidates for ANB Grand President. Are there any other nominations for Grand President of the ANB? Thank you.
Move nominations closed.
Thank you. It has been moved that nominations close at this time. What is the wish of the body? Because we do not hold elections until tomorrow. So if we keep the nominations open, we could do that until tomorrow in case anybody else decides to put their hat in the ring. There is a motion to close nominations for ANB Grand President, I assume.
Madam Chairman, with that information, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. The motion has been withdrawn. I'll ask the second time, are there any other nominations for Grand President of the ANB? Thank you. I recognize Sister Rhonda online. We are under nominations for ANB Grand President. Thank you, Sister Rhonda. For the third time, are there any other nominations for ANB Grand President?
I move that nomination be closed.
Thank you. We just addressed that with a motion and it was rescinded because we'll keep them open until tomorrow in case anybody else decides they want to run for ground president before the election. Thank you. So we're recessing and will you withdraw that or do you want to move forward? Thank you. It's been withdrawn. We will move on to the next office. So now we're going to look at the ANS Grand President. Are there any nominations for the ANS Grand President? I do see our brother from Wrangell. Please state your name and your camp and your nomination.
Sam Campus, camp number 4. I'd like to nominate Rachel Marino from camp 4, Sitka.
Thank you. Rachel Marino has been nominated. Sister Rachel, do you accept that nomination?
Madam Chair, as being taught since I was little, I do accept. You are supposed to accept when you're nominated. Thank you.
Thank you. That nomination has been accepted. Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand President? I do recognize our Executive Committee woman, Paulette Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my honor to nominate Sandra Lynn Churchill for ANS Grand President. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Churchill has been nominated. Do you accept that nomination? Thank you. The nomination has been accepted. Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand President? And please, our ECP team, let me know if they're already online. Thank you.
I move that nomination be closed.
Thank you. I do have to call 3 times. Are there any other nominations for the ANS Grand President? I do recognize Brother Peter Karras.
I'd like to nominate Sister Sandy Churchill from Wrangell, Kentport.
Thank you. That nomination has been made and accepted. Thank you, Brother Karras. For the 3rd time, are there any other nominations for ANS Grand President? As we have, please go ahead and identify your name and your camp, please, and your nominee. Thank you. Heather Powell has been nominated. Do we have Sister Heather online? Thank you. That nomination has been declined. I did call 3 times, as we did with the ANB Grand President office. We can, when we recess nominations, we can reopen tomorrow if that is the wish of the body.
Yes.
So I'll move forward. We'll go to the ANB First Vice President. Are there any nominations for ANB First Vice President? For the 2nd time, I do recognize our brother from Wrangell. Please identify your name and your camp for the record.
Me again, Sam Campus, camp number 4. I'd like to nominate, I forgot my cousin's name.
Well, the Sergeant Arms, please accept it. Fine, thank you.
Virginia Oliver for first Vice President.
Thank you. We are currently under nominations for the Alaska Native Brotherhood.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Do we have?
Then I have Andrew Roberts, camp number 1, Sitka.
Wonderful. Thank you. Is Andrew Roberts, Brother Roberts, in the room? There you are. Thank you. Would you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Yes, it has been accepted. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for ANB First Vice President? Are there any online? 3rd call. Are there any other nominations for ANB First Vice President? Online? Thank you. Can you please identify yourself with name and camp and your nominee? And I'm speaking to the hand raised online. Brother Woodrow has been nominated for Grand President. Thank you, Brother Ginger. Are there any other nominations for first vice president? Hearing none, we'll move forward as we have with the other offices and move to the ANS first vice president office. I do recognize Sister Executive Committee Woman Paulette Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my honor to nominate for first vice Grand President of ANS, Heather Allen.
Thank you.
Heather Mills.
Thank you. Sister Heather Mills has been nominated for first vice president. Sister Mills, do you accept that nomination? Thank you. Are there any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Are there any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Third time, are there any? Please go ahead, Manager. Vidal? And Vidal, can you remind me of your last name, please?
Baker.
Baker. Vidal Baker has been nominated for ANS first vice president. Sister Vidal, do you accept that nomination? Thank you. That nomination has been accepted. I do see two other hands raised. I'll go to our brother from ANB Camp 4.
Sam Campus, Camp number 4. I'd like to nominate Virginia Oliver, Camp number 1.
Thank you. Virginia Oliver has been nominated. Sister Virginia, do you accept that nomination?
No.
That nomination has been declined. Thank you so very much. I recognize Brother Harriet Balil.
Harriet Beal, Camp 1, I would like to nominate Lynette Marino Hins for first vice president.
Thank you. Sister Lynette Marino Hins has been nominated. Do you accept that nomination, Sister Hins?
Yeah.
Right, Hins. Thank you. That nomination has been accepted. And that was my third call, unless there's any other nominations for ANS first vice president. As we have with the other nominations, we'll move forward to ANB second vice president. Are there any nominations for the ANB second vice president? I recognize our sister from, or excuse me, I apologize, I know better. Our brother from Sitka. We'll wait for a microphone, please.
Hi, Liz Merrick's Sitka Camp 1. I would like to nominate Matthew Anderstrom for second vice.
Thank you, Matthew Anderstrom from our Yakutat camp. You've been nominated. Would you like to accept that nomination? Thank you. The nomination has been accepted for second vice president. I do recognize Sister Daphne Nelby, our executive committee woman. Liz. Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANB second vice president? Do we have any online ACP? Thank you, Michael. Any further nominations for ANB second vice president? Any further nominations for ANB second vice president? Okay. Oh, thank you. I do see our brother from Sitka, Liz Baker.
Merrick's.
Merrick's. Yes, you can.
Liz Merrick's Sitka Camp 1. I would like to nominate Lynette Marino Hins for second vice.
Thank you, Brother. Lynette is a sister, and we've nominated for ANS Ready, and also she's been nominated to another office she can't be for too. Thank you. Hearing no others, we will move to the ANS second vice president. Do we have any nominations for second vice president? I see our executive committee woman, Paulette Marino. That's already going. I apologize.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honor to nominate Virginia Oliver for second vice president, ANS. I count.
Thank you. Does Sister Virginia accept that nomination? Thank you. The nomination has been accepted. We'll go to ANB Executive Committee Man Eric Morrison. This is for second vice of the ANS.
I would like to nominate Kevin Allen as second vice.
Thank you. Kevin Allen has been nominated. Kevin, Sister Kevin, do you accept that nomination? Thank you. It has been accepted by Sister Kevin. Are there any other nominations? I do see our Sister Stephanie from Rayville Camp.
Sitka Camp.
I apologize. Sitka Camp, I gotta find. What's on me in my financials?
Stephanie Weddle, second camp for ANS. I would like to nominate Rhonda Butler for second vice, please.
Thank you. Sister Rhonda has been nominated. Sister Rhonda, do you accept that nomination?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do.
Thank you. The nomination has been accepted. Any further nominations for second vice president of the ANS? Thank you. The nomination has been made. Can you please repeat the name? Val Massey. Val Massey, do you accept the nomination for second vice president?
Oh,
Does anyone have a way to reach Sister Val Massey to find out if they accept the nomination? They don't have to do it now. We'll keep them on the list and they'll have that opportunity since we'll keep nominations open. I do want to thank Sister Brian Weddle for paying my fine. Come on, geez. As we have with other offices, I will now move to the ANB Grand Secretary. Are there any nominations for the ANB Grand Secretary? I recognize Brother Dennis Demmer. Thank you. Brother Tamsin Al-Zayub has been nominated. Tamsin. And I know. Oh, thank you very much, Brother Ginger. I know that Tamsin Al-Zayub stated that she would accept the nomination, as we know she's at the ER currently. Any other nominations for ANB Grand Secretary? Any other nominations for ANB Grand Secretary? Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Secretary? We'll go ahead and move over to the ANS. Are there any nominations for the ANS Grand Secretary?
That's right.
Yes, I do recognize Executive Committee Woman Daphne Albee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daphne Alby, Camp 36. Nominate Selena Coughlin for Grand Secretary.
Thank you. So Sister Selena Conklin has been nominated. Do you accept that nomination? Thank you. It has been accepted. Any other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Thank you. Go ahead and state your name and camp and your nomination, your nominee. Do you accept the nomination? I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Would you accept that nomination? Grand Secretary. It has been declined. Thank you. Any further nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? I believe that was my third. We'll move forward then to ANB Grand Treasurer. Are there any nominations for the ANB Grand Treasurer? I recognize Sister Paulette Marina. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think that the ANB camp, one mother is coming forward just for information purposes.
Thank you. Brother Balil, did you have a nominee?
Harriet.
Brother Harriet Balil, do you have a nominee?
He's addressing you.
I'll give the microphone to the Sergeant of Arms, Madam Chair. Thank you. Take it to Brother Balil. She was a little confused. Thank you for your patience.
Harriet, I would like to nominate,
Harriet Beal, Camp One, I would like to nominate Liz Roberts, Martis from Camp One.
Thank you. ANB Brother Liz Roberts Martis has been nominated. Do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? Any other nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer, ECP? Any online? Thank you. Any further nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? I do see the hand with Sister in the back there, right now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Brian Weddle, ANS Camp 4, First Vice. I'd like to respectfully nominate James Lanos Jr. for Treasurer. James Lanos Jr.
Thank you,
Okay,
Brother.
fine.
Thank you. Brother Lanos, James Lanos Jr. has been nominated. Does anybody have an opportunity to check with Brother Lanos Jr.? Thank you. I do recognize our sister
Madam Chairman?
Lanos.
At this time, he'll probably have to decline. He's going to school right now.
Thank you. I recognize our brother Joe Williams. Is it with regard to this nomination that's currently on the floor? Thank you.
Madam Chairman, in regards to James Lanos Jr. and speaking with him before I came here, just exactly as his mother said, I asked him if he would continue to be treasurer. He declined because he's finished school.
Thank you. We will remove James Lanos Sr. from the ballot. And I believe that was my third call, so we will move over to the ANS Grand Treasurer. Are there any nominations for the ANS Grand Treasurer? I see Sister Virginia, you have your hand raised.
In regards to the last one, I think it was Brother Heather. It was James Lanos Jr.
Yes, I apologize. James Lanos Jr. declined. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do recognize Sister Deputy Nelby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Number Camp 36. I nominate Elias Chase for ANS Grand Treasurer.
Thank you. And Sister Elias.
And I did speak with him before he left to go to the hearing with his mother, and he said he would accept the nomination.
Thank you. Sister Elias Chase will be added for Grand Treasurer. Any further nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? We will move forward to ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms. Are there any nominations for ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms? I do recognize Sister Whittle.
Weddell.
Oh, darn, I thought I was right.
That's 10.
Thank you. Can you please repeat your name for me? Maybe I'll just stop saying the name until I hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Brian Weddle. I'm from Camp 4, ANS Camp 4 in Sitka. I'm the first vice. I'd like to respectfully nominate Chad Keitel for Sergeant at Arms for ANB.
Thank you. Brother Chad Keitel, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other further nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms of the ANB? Are there any other nominations for Grand Sergeant of Arms of the ANB? Do we have any online? Okay. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms? We will move forward to the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. Are there any nominations for the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? I do see two hands in the back of the room. I will recognize Brother Chad Titel.
I'd like to nominate Brian Whittle for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you, Brian Whittle. Do you accept that nomination?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? I do recognize our sister Virginia Oliver.
Oliver, count number one, except second vice, I nominate Sasha from the.
Thank you. I did hear Sasha Anderstrom has been nominated. Sister Sasha, will you accept that nomination? Thank you. I'll go ahead and recognize Matt. Do you have the answer?
Yes, she had went down to some people up. She said that she would accept if she would nominate again.
Thank you. The nomination has been accepted. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Okay, at this time, we will recess our nominations until tomorrow. Oh, goodness, yes. I apologize, I was ready to go. We have now opened the nominations for the Grand Camp Convention of 2026. Are there any nominations for Grand Camp Convention 2026? Host, thank you. The host of the Grand Camp Convention next year. I do recognize Sister Sasha Sokol. Excuse me, that is a big fine. Brother Sokol. Yeah.
On behalf of Brother Eric, Tennessee Spring Camp 76 offers facilities magnificent as they are for Tennessee Spring for the next camp.
Thank you. Brother Sasha has offered Camp 76. I do recognize Sister Paulette Marino.
Sir, Pam?
Thank you. I will recognize Sister Paulette and then I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield in, to our Camp 14 representatives.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. I recognize Camp 14. I'm not sure whose hand that was. Sister Cynthia.
Cynthia Lannon's Camp 14 president. We would like to host Grand Camp next year, so we offer that proposal to the camps.
Thank you. And this Camp 14 has offered to host convention next year in Ketchikan. I recognize Brother Sasha.
I'm covering for Brother Eric's back. It is with deep regret and happiness that we withdraw our right to host the convention and yield to Camp 14 in Ketchikan. Thank you.
Any other nominations for the host of Grand Camp Convention 2026? What is the wish of the body at this time? So we can go ahead and keep it open if we'd like to until tomorrow, or we can, or you have an option on the floor to close this and accept this as the host camp for next year. Thank you. It has been recommended that we keep this nomination open. I'll ask one more time. Are there any other nominations for host camp 2026 for Grand Camp Convention. Thank you. Please go ahead, Sister Duffy Nelby. I had already recessed the officer one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I,
Thank you. It's been withdrawn. Thank you. What is the wish of the body at this time with regard to the 2026 Grand Camp Convention host? I recognize Brother Eric Morrison.
I would gladly move to accept Ketchikan's nomination and allow them to host next year.
Thank you. There has been a motion to accept that. Thank you. I recognize Sister Duffy Nelby.
Thank you, seconding that motion.
Thank you. It has been seconded by Sister Duffy Nelby. Any discussion? Question has been called. All of those in favor of Camp 14 ANB and ANS hosting the 2026 Grand Camp Convention, please say aye. Anybody disagree and want to say no at this time? Congratulations. Motion carries. We have Grand Camp Convention on the 5th. And then again on the last week, then ANS Camp 14. At this time, nominations for host council are complete.
Wow, and Camp 14 is gonna be 100 years old next year, so it'll be an extra special. Like when we had our 100th year, yes. Congratulations, and thank you. So, are the resolutions? No, okay. Are we ready for candidate speeches?
How about camp reports?
Okay, let's have some camp reports. Come on up there.
Well, thank you, delegates. Grand President Sasha Sobla for the Brotherhood, Grand President for the Sisterhood, Sandy Churchill, Executive Officers, and delegates. I'm giving a report for Camp 70. I was listening closely to Dr. Demartry's suggestions, and with the latest happenings this year, with the ending of diversity in education and all programs in the federal government, with the proposed ending of citizenship for all Native Americans, with the closure of Indian education last week, funding, with the state of Alaska now seeking to terminate the Katie John case, who thinks we have to search for issues and work? Why, yeah, there you go. We don't have to look far, do we? And we've been at Camp 70, we've been working on a number of issues. Mostly we started out with 3 fundraisers. One notable fundraiser, we raised $8,000 with the support of, of course, the Sisterhood, always by our side for both our camps. So I'm very proud of the work that Camp 70 has done. Valley Girls were there in spring. And our president, I've got it now, Marcelo Quinto, did a documentary with the funding of See Alaska, introducing younger people to the Alaska Native Brotherhood, introducing them to its history and what they've done and what they propose to do in the future. And it's available on the See Alaska website for anyone to watch and enjoy. Our president also did the graduation speech for Native American students at the University of Alaska Southeast. And our camp, both the sisterhood and the brotherhood, participated twice in the firing of postal workers in Juneau. Together they protested the firing and termination of postal workers. We've also added 4 new members to our brotherhood. And it's been a while, but we awarded a $500 scholarship to a student in this last year. We also donated $500 to the local schools for an Indian education to lift up the program that has now been terminated for federal funding. We also participated in the reduction of funding by our governor in the educational fund for the state of Alaska. And in this, it's been over several years, but I don't know if you remember, we passed a resolution to fight for the restoration of our fish trapping and hunting camps in the Tongass, which there were 144 sites that were determined and documented by the U.S. Forest Service. And we went ahead in our camp working directly with Alaska Legal Services. And they went as far as they could, and it was given to the Native American Rights Fund. And we were put on the list to be brought as a case, federal case against the Forest Service. Well, we came up with the idea, and this was before Trump, right? Why not approach the Secretary of Agriculture and say, rather than doing a prolonged lawsuit, why don't we settle? And he said, well, sounds like a good idea. So our president and myself met with the regional director in Juneau, and they said, yes, let's work on this. And what they proposed to do was we would have 2 sites to start as an example of how, because they agreed, yes, there was an illegal taking of these sites. Let's start with 2, one in Coak and one in Sitka. Unfortunately, a gentleman got elected as president of the United States and terminated all of these employees. And I'm sure you're aware, not just the force, not just the tribal liaison, but the people trying to protect the resources, including the regional director for the Forest Service. So they assured us that they gave the go-ahead to the district officers to go ahead with these 2 settlements to set in and as an example, but we haven't been able to reach them. So we're going back to north. We're not going to give up. The other thing we've done in this past year, we've been assisting veterans in the veterans land land claims, Alaska Native land claims, and we've been assisting making claims, helping them with their claims for land. We haven't been able to find any land within Southeast yet, but we've been able to make some claims elsewhere in Alaska that will be a benefit to our veterans in Southeast, the ones that have approached us. And those are the small things that we've accomplished within Camp 70 for both the working in conjunction with the sisterhood. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brother Eric. It's a tough act to follow, but we'll do our best. Appreciate all your effort and so forth. We have a little leeway time before we move on. Before we move to ask anyone, I want to recognize that we have our Grand Secretary back in one whole person. Our first Grand Secretary. Welcome again. Yes, Mr. Rondo.
ANS Camp 2 ready to report. Ready to give our local camp report?
Yes. And if you would please wait for the microphone, we'll hear your local camp report. Thank you.
British Chief Hawa, ANS Camp 2 President Rhonda Butler.
ANS Camp Junior. President
British Chief Hawa. This year, ANS, I apologize, ANS Emeritus, ANB Emeritus, ANS Grand President, ANB Grand President, ANS Grand Officers, ANB Grand Officers, ANB and ANS local camps, guests, honored elders, and our distinguished veterans. British Chief, my name is Rhonda Butler, and this is my son, Jackson Schultz. He is our junior ANS member. We were able to finally arrive. Thank you, British Chief, for all that. We really appreciate the hybrid option last minute there, so thank you. And at this time, I'd like to extend a great gratitude to the executives and the grand officers that contributed to covering the registration fee and donating that to our camp. We really appreciate it. We value coming to Grand Camp to be able to report and to take part. This year, our ANS Camp 2 has really been diligently focusing on revitalizing. We have been taking all of the reports that we have been receiving these last 3 years at Grand Camp, and how we have been dwindling in our membership. And through that, we're really focusing on our internal processes and how we can expand our membership and how we can increase our presence within our local community. We have increased our junior membership as we felt the need based off of everyone's, oh, he's getting too big for me. Hold on a second. We have been focused on increasing our junior membership, and we are glad to report that we have 20 junior ANS camp members. And through those efforts, we have also maintained two priorities for in the community of Juneau while we revitalize our camp. And that is our Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Day event. And we have decided, instead of continuing to protest that day, in the past, we've always protested at the Capitol steps, and it's always been very successful. But this year, we wanted to really focus on the healing component. We have hosted a restorative healing event with drumming and singing, traditional medicines for families to be able to make those medicines together. And we co-hosted with Hattush Lashish, which is an organization in Juneau that has really focused on catalyst work in healing and restorative generational trauma. So that was a very successful event. And the second event that we primarily chose as a camp to stay focused on is our Orange Shirt Day event. We recognize that Orange Shirt Day is observed to acknowledge the traumatic residential boarding school era and how it still continues to affect us. And through those efforts, we have had a partner with an artist, Mike Kimball in Juneau, who has graciously developed designs and gifted it to ANS Camp 2. And we will be continuing to mass produce those shirts for ANS and recognition for Orange Shirt Day. Other than that, we are again focusing on our youth, and we received a generous donation from our local community council, Clinton and Haida in Juneau. And we asked if we could receive some support in supporting junior membership activities. And in those activities, we have chosen to make drums for our junior ANS and members and their siblings. And those will be Orange Shirt Day drums. Those will hold the logo and they will be orange in coloring. So the children, when they come to the community cultural events, our logo and our ANS insignia and those orange drums will be sung to life to encourage that we are resilient and we are still here. We are also focusing on other events such as Robert's Rule of Order training. We will be conducting mock trainings for our junior ANB or ANS. I want to say ANB because we're gonna bring back ANB Camp 2. I promise you that. But we are really focusing on teaching our children how to conduct our meetings through that presence, as our ANS First Vice had discussed yesterday, Sister Heather. She really emphasized on the importance of our children being present, and this is how they learn, and giving the encouragement to come forward like this. So good Ashish Hawa for supporting my son in his little shyness. Yet he's not that shy. but introducing himself. So I appreciate that little applause. That will resonate with him, and he will take that every day and walk forward in life very proudly. So I appreciate that, and we encourage all of the local camps to continue to bring forth your junior ANS and ANB. And we are looking forward to going to Ketchikan, and that concludes our report for this year. Chief Hawa.
President?
Well, we thank you, and Brother Joe. Understand?
Like to give a report on 15.
A short one. The chairman recognized Brother Joe, Executive Ben Joe, for a short report.
Thank you. My name is Joe Williams. I secretary of the committee, and I presently reside in Saxon, speaking for Camp 15. Camp 15 has been struggling for the last 5-6 years as far as the organization is concerned. And we have a Camp 15 member online now. And just so you know, Camp 15 for the past 10, maybe 15 years, I've been giving Christmas parties. We've organized Christmas parties and given gifts, as much as 800 or so gifts on an annual basis, and have also organized Easter egg hunts, which is well in excess of 1,500 kids coming around looking for Easter eggs. I've been requesting from our president and of ANB and ANS Camp 15 to reorganize. And the intent of the reorganization is so that we can be in partnership with Camp 14 of the 100-year celebration, because we have organized months after Camp 14 did. We are all also too will be celebrating the 100-year celebration, being in Alaska Brother, Alaska Sister Camp 15. So I'm pledging to this group, and I'm pledging more importantly to Camp 14, a working relationship with Camp 15, and more than it has ever been in years past. So with that, we too will be welcoming you as Camp 15 to the greater Ketchikan area. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Joe. We have been requested by the local camp that at this time, we must declare ourselves in recess, which means a couple of things. One, they must move tables and chairs for tonight's dinner here is the first one. The second one, Kevin, we're picking up resolutions tomorrow first thing. And third, we'll also move the resolutions committee, then those things to be taken up first thing in the morning tomorrow. So with that, with the permission of Brother Eric, who's dancing through the floor, we want to declare recess for our post-camp to put on their fine dinner and your daily regalia. Thank you.
People, yeah.
Which means all your stuff has to go with you tonight. They need all the tables and chairs.
Half hour. But they're gonna rearrange everything, so they have to get out of the way. I heard about. It's not. Yeah. But they were going to be